We're good to go. We are now on air.
Great, thanks. And would you take the roll, please?
Do you want to call to order?
I'd like to call to order the meeting of the Boulder City Council for Tuesday, today, April 14, 2020.
Councilmember Brockett.
Present.
Friend. Joseph.
Present.
Nagel. Here. Whitlick.
Here.
Wallace.
Present.
Weaver. Yates.
Here, you might call Rachel again.
Young.
Present.
Councilmember Friend. I see her.
Rachel took.
Okay, we have a quorum.
Thank you very much. As I mentioned, Sam Weaver may not be able to join us tonight. Something came up. So let's go ahead and get started. Jane, do you want to launch our COVID-19 briefing, please?
Yeah, absolutely. So welcome to April 14th. We have Jeff Zach from Boulder County Public Health, who will be starting us off with some information. So Jeff, I know you're on the call. Take it from here.
All right, thank you. And I'm wondering if you were able to get the slides for me today. I sent them late, and if not, I can just talk to you. No problem.
You do have the slides and they're up on the screen.
Okay, perfect. Well, let me first start by just what I want to make sure I'm doing each week is sharing what's most new and most relevant versus going through everything all over again. So I want to focus on a couple things this week, if it's okay. I want to talk about, again, what we're seeing in terms of hospitalizations, like I was showing last week, just so you can see what's going on over this last 7-day period. And I, like you probably are as well, are getting a lot of questions about what does it mean at the end of the governor's order. So I'm going to talk about what I know about that tonight, and I'll go through some of that in a little bit more detail. But before I jump into the data in more detail, I wanted to just remind folks of a few things that if they weren't on the council meeting or watching this before, that there's a lot of models that are predicting different things relative to where we think the surge might be, where the peak of that surge might be, and those models get updated pretty continually based on changing information. So it's hard to just use those models to predict exactly where we are in Colorado. So it's difficult to say it's going to definitely happen in the middle of May or it's going to happen in June or July. And really, what we're finding is the best way to evaluate that is to be tracking our data closely and to be looking at that. So I'll show you a little bit more about that data. And also a few other things that I'd like to remind people of is that following those orders will have a significant influence on what our overall number of cases and hospitalizations look like. And for the most part, people have been doing really well with that because we are seeing some positive trends that we hope will continue. And again, I'll highlight some of that, but the better that people stay home, and make sure that they're following those orders, the better off that we're going to be as we roll into the end of April. Again, a quick reminder about a few characteristics of the virus that we find most concerning. We know that it can be spread asymptomatically. So when people don't have symptoms, they can still spread the virus. We also know that the droplets can drift longer than they had originally thought, a further distance than they had originally thought, which is why masks for the general public are so important. And as I've been watching people around my neighborhood for the last couple of weeks, I'm seeing more people start to wear masks, but there's still a lot of people that I think are questioning, why do I really need to wear a mask? And it's important. And I often get this question about why, if I'm exercising, why do I need to be wearing a mask? And actually, when you're exercising is one of the most important times to wear a mask because you're breathing more heavily. The droplets can be actually projected further during those times. And it's really incredibly important to be wearing it, especially when you're exercising. And I know that that is awkward for people, but that is an important time to be wearing that mask. It's important to be wearing masks in general. And again, the purpose of the masks are to protect other people from you. So the masks are intended to stop the droplets from your mouth from going out and reaching somebody else. And unless everybody's wearing masks, we don't have two-way control. So it is important for the public to take the masking seriously and to not go outside without wearing those masks. I also want to emphasize again, it's important not to jump online and order personal protective equipment masks. So N95 masks or medical masks, surgical masks, please don't order those online because we still have a shortage of masks in Colorado. You're going to hear me talk about that a little bit tonight. And you can go to coloradomaskproject.com. If you want to order a cloth mask. I am not sure what their demand looks like at this point. On that same site, they also have a reference to the Centers for Disease Control where it shows you how to make your own mask or how to use something in your own household if you don't have the ability to make your own mask. So I'm going to go through the data now. If you can go to the next slide. So this is our total count for this week, and we are up to 200. I'm gonna flip through some of these fairly quick. We're up to 290 cases. We are also tracking that bottom line because we want to know what our cases per day look like. It is pretty obvious that the total number of cases that we are going to have over time is going to continue to increase. But we want to be watching that daily caseload, and I'm going to talk about what that looks like at the state as it relates again to potentially thinking about when might orders be lifted and how does that play into this. Next slide. So this is a graph of, again, just showing where most of our cases are coming in. You can see in the 20 to 29-year-old range, that is the majority of the majority of cases that we're seeing is in that age group. And then the second and third age groups are the 60 to 69 and 50 to 59-year-old age groups. What's important to note here is you see the deaths, and deaths are still impacting in the highest populations between 60 and 80 years old. Most of those folks have underlying conditions. So we know that the virus is still impacting that population the most seriously, and those are some of the populations that are at the highest risk. Next slide. So this is again just your total for the week for Boulder and other municipalities. We are tracking this. It's on our website. If you go to, if you just search Boulder County COVID-19, and on the landing page for that web page is the data for Boulder County, and this is one of those components. Next slide. So this is the graph that I showed you last week, and we're continuing to optimistically see some flattening, and some of these numbers on the bottom are getting mixed up between lines, and I don't want you to focus on the numbers as much as I want you to focus again on the trend. So we are optimistically still positive that we are seeing a flattening trend associated with hospitalizations. When we've been talking with hospitals, not just in Boulder County, but across the metro, we're also hearing some of those same things from them, that they are seeing flattening trends as well. So that is a positive thing, and we'll continue to watch that. Next slide. So this is all pretty darn good news. So we are tracking across all of our hospitals in the county where our medical surge bed availability is at. And we're high, so we still have a lot of availability. That has stayed pretty consistent on that trend, as you can see. We are looking at ICU bed availability, and that's actually increasing, which is another very positive trend that we're seeing. And then the only negative trend here is that we're seeing an increase in the adult percentage of vents that are used, but we're still at below 50%. So we continue to track those things so that we can help make sure that we are considering where our hospitals are at. Our hospitals have been working really hard together. I know that they are supporting each other when they run into surge issues in this area, and they've agreed to continue to work together until the regional surge facilities are set up. So, which we anticipate in the next 10 to 14 days. So these are all good trends. Good to see those things continuing in a positive manner. Next slide. This is just a mobility chart, and the reason I wanted to show this chart is because we were pretty flat from around the March 28th timeframe, but as soon as masks were announced as a general public recommendation from the governor and from CDC, we saw a spike in the number of people that got out and became active. And I like to show this because, again, it is an indication that it's really important for everyone that's out there to wear masks. If only one person wears a mask and somebody is standing next to them and they cough, that cloth mask is not going to filter out all of the droplets from that person. So it has to be both people wearing masks, and we still want to maintain our social distancing even with those masks on to be the safest that we can. Next slide. This is the syndromic surveillance slide that I showed last week, and not to get too technical on this, but we are looking at COVID-19 like illnesses across our hospitals in the metro area. And just this indicates, again, a generally downward sloping trend for the types of COVID-19 illness-like symptoms that people are reporting as they come into the hospital. So that is a positive trend in addition to seeing those earlier trends associated with hospitals that I showed. And I think that's my last slide. Okay. So what I wanted to do now is move more into the governor's order and what we've been thinking about, as well as what others have been talking about. If you've, again, been following the national news has got great coverage of where things are at relative to these same questions that people are getting across all of our states. There is a group of governors both in the Northwest and on the East Coast that are convening together to look at how can they work together following the National Coronavirus Response Plan that came out from the American Enterprise Institute this last week and is being touted kind of as the national roadmap to opening. And I know other governors across other states are starting to look at that. We have evaluated that national roadmap as well and looked at that as it relates to Colorado. We certainly have shared that with the state health department, and I know that they already were starting to look at it. And just to give you a sense of what some of the components in that plan are, first, let me just say, I don't know at this point what the governor will ultimately have as a plan to determine whether and if he will open portions of the orders on April 26th or not. So we don't know the exact answer to that, but we know that the state health department is evaluating this plan. We have definitely evaluated this plan across our regional health departments to consider what we might want to do depending on how the governor acts. So some of the components that are in this plan include things like a sustained reduction in cases for at least 14 days. So we don't want to open up orders if we have increasing cases in Colorado, if we had increasing hospitalizations, those kinds of things. That would obviously not be the time to pull the orders. We want the orders to keep the surge in cases down, and then we want to have those controls that I talked about that needed to be in place last week associated with testing and containment and surveillance. So just when I glanced at the numbers of cases in Colorado on the state website, we haven't seen a sustained reduction in cases for the last 14 days. We've seen some ups and downs in cases, but our highest case count was actually on April, I think it was April 8th or 9th, one of those 2 days, had the highest sustained case count. So we really need to be looking at a reduced case count for at least a 14-day period, and we're not quite there yet. Again, positive trends associated with what we're seeing in the orders. This is, again, another plug to say to people, please follow those orders, stay at home. That's going to make a big difference. We want those case counts to stay down and sustain down for the next 14 days. Because that will, I assume that will definitely play into a decision that is made by the governor. Another thing that we have that is in that plan is that hospitals are in a state of the ability to safely treat all patients that are requiring hospitalization without resorting to crisis care standards. And those were passed last week by CDPHE. I am not sure where each hospital is in terms of those things. I don't believe any of our hospitals, and I know Dr. Vissers, I think, is on the line. He could comment on this when he talks as well, but I don't believe any of our hospitals at this point are in crisis standards of care. The other thing that's in the plan that it talks about is, and these are the pieces that I had talked about for the last couple of weeks, the state's able to test all people with COVID-19 symptoms. And today on our state call, we heard from two members of the Governor's Innovation Task Force, one who spoke specifically about the challenges with the ability to get PPE, personal protective equipment, and the challenges associated with that due to national supply chain challenges that are occurring. So when we go to testing, we have to have the ability to have the right personal protective equipment to run additional tests. And the state is still pretty challenged to be able to get the appropriate amount of PPE. I know they are working hard and on this. They are looking outside the supply chain to find out if there's other places where they can get that PPE, but it's still a challenge right now. The other person who spoke to us was the person who was in charge of the testing for the Innovation Task Force. And this is the other one that is a big challenge for us, and we are hoping will get resolved as we move forward. But testing supplies are significantly, there's some significant shortages, and it's especially around testing swabs themselves and the ability to get those swabs. And that would be a big issue for the state, because without expanded testing, we cannot contain the virus as we move forward and lift orders. So the testing is a really important one to stay focused on. Again, I know the Governor's task force that's working on this is doing everything they can to try to find ways to get testing supplies in. And we're just going to have to watch what happens over the next couple of weeks with those things as we move forward. And then the last one is, again, just the ability to then, when we have expanded testing, we can identify people who are positive. We can talk with people who they've been in contact with. We can assure that we're doing isolation, voluntary quarantine, and supporting those folks who are in those positions, but also making sure that people who had contact or close contact with those folks are also voluntarily quarantining and being supported. And that takes additional staff that's beyond what the capacity of staff in local public health agencies or the state public health agency is able to do at this point. So they have been working. There's a statewide group that I mentioned last week that's been working to train new FTE. They have 50 new FTE that are trained, being trained at the state level. Local public health agencies are also adding staff as they are able to do that. So we are slowly but surely building more of the staff that are going to be necessary in order to be able to follow up on the cases that are out there. The last thing I would say is that the state is putting in an electronic system that is allowing people to be contacted more easily. So people who report that they have symptoms that would be associated with testing will get some electronic information via text. And they've already assessed how many people that looks like at the state that have the ability to be able to get that kind of text so that they could get some information, and it won't take a person contacting that person from the very beginning and working through the entire case. They'll be able to do some of that work electronically, and then a person will be able to follow up with them to help support some of that. So they've been really thinking outside the box in terms of how to simplify and make that process as resource efficient as possible. And the other thing that I would say is, if you've all been paying attention to what other countries are doing, some other countries, as well as some counties across states in our own country, have started to remove some of their orders. And what we've seen over the last week is secondary and third surges in other countries that have done that. So we need to be extremely thoughtful about how we do this. As we lift orders and as we consider lifting orders, we need to make sure we have these things in place so that we don't have surges that put us back into a position where we have to then go back and start to close things down again. So it needs to be thoughtful. And I know that the task force and the governor and CDPHE are thinking about these things. And that's as much as I have for today. I wanted to make sure I was relaying what I knew about where things were with the potential lifting of the orders and some of the information that's being looked at.
Great, thanks, Jeff. I'm sure there's some questions for Jeff, and then we'll get to Rob visitors as well. Sarah, this is probably a good time for you since this is a new platform. The Zoom platform is new for a council meeting. Do you want to walk council members through a couple of features, including the hand raising feature?
Sure, I see some have found it already, but I'm happy to do that. Good evening, Mayor, members of council. This is Sarah Huntley. I'm the engagement manager. I'm going to give you just a quick overview of this platform that we're utilizing. So there's some increased functionality that we hope will allow meetings to be more smooth. Most notably, if you open up your participants box, you can find it on the bottom horizontal menu that pops up whenever you move your mouse. It allows you to use some nonverbal cues at the very bottom. The one that we're going to be using most in this meeting is raise hand. So both Bob and I will be keeping a lookout for that. When you raise your hand, it shows up next to your name in the participant box. You'll also note that it shows up in your video square. At the moment, we're on presentation view, so you're not seeing the full array of people on video. But when we return to that, you would be able to also see folks appearing there. And at the moment, we have four council members with their name up. With their hand up, what I'm going to try to do after you're called upon and you start speaking, I'm going to go in and manually lower your hand. You also can do this, but I suspect in the midst of speaking, you might forget. So it will be easier for meeting management if I help you out with that. So if you've spoken and you want to speak again, please feel free to raise your hand again. We also are turning on the chat functionality, but in a different way than you're used to in Teams. So Zoom allows us to control who you're chatting with, and it did get sort of complicated in Teams where people were nominating folks and some members of the community were concerned they couldn't see that. So we've turned on the chat functionality so that you can communicate with me as your technical host this evening. So I can help you with the platform. I may be able to troubleshoot some audio problems if they should occur. I had to do that for Tab last night. And I'll also, while Bob will be keeping an eye out for the raised hands, I can also chat him and let him know if he's missing some. I'm avoiding injecting into the actual meeting, but if something is going unnoticed for a long period of time, facilitator this thing. I guess big stuff. When the presentation view is off, you will see that I labeled people in the participant box with some initials next to your name. Please don't be alarmed by that. COB is simply indicating for me that you're a staff member, and CC is that you're a council member, so I can group you more easily in the participant box if we need to communicate or I need to do a mute all functionality. At this point, I'm leaving the mute, unmute up to each of you. I ask that you stay on if you're not speaking, simply because of background noise. I've got a lot going on in my house as well, so I'm going to try to be on mute as much as possible. And I think that's the big stuff. Bob, you did ask me about clustering council members, and it does look to me like if you hover over their video, you'll see 3 dots. You can pin participants' video. So if you want to make sure, because sometimes what happens in Zoom is where you show up on the participant list and where you show up in the squares will depend on who spoke most recently. So if you want to keep the square all in one cluster, it does look like you can go manually in and pin each individual council member, so you'd have all of you on the screen whenever we have that full view. That might be helpful from an administrative perspective. Okay, I've got somebody asking me a chat question. Let me just see if it's relevant. What are the colored bubbles next to people's names? They're just initial blocks that Zoom creates when you come into the meeting. It's just using your initials. I'm not sure why they're showing up with not actually your initials. That's a good question. I'm not using them for any kind of navigation or tracking. That's why I put the other initials in. But I can research that and let you know, Mary.
Great. If you've got any other questions for Sarah, just pull down the chat menu and send a text to chat to Sarah, and Sarah can jump in, especially if it's something that the rest of us need to know. With that, Sarah, thanks so much for that. With that, I think the first hand that went up was Mark.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions for Jeff. First, the high incidence of positive results for the age group 20 to 29, is that tracking national trends? And if not, what do you think is behind that?
I haven't compared it, to be honest, to national trends. I can do that and then follow back up with you. But we do know that in some of the modeling that we've seen and some of the data that we've seen, we do know there is more transmission in younger age groups than was expected when this virus first appeared. So it has been tracking to younger age groups than what was expected. It was initially, when the virus had come out, there was a lot of talk about it's mostly affecting older folks above 65 years old, and that's true for deaths and most serious impacts. But we've seen a larger age impact across the trend that has been a little more surprising than what we initially thought.
Okay, and my other question is, you made a very compelling and impassioned statement in favor of wearing masks. If wearing masks is that important, why have we left it as a voluntary decision, especially in areas like grocery stores, where it's very hard to maintain social distance?
Yeah, that's a great question. And we are actually talking about this as we move forward. I think that the desire was to see how it was going to catch on in terms of going voluntary. So number one, to do a enforcement of masks means that you have to have the available masks to be able to, when you mandate it, to be able to have for enough people out there. So that's one thing. The logistics of enforcing mask orders is really difficult, which is what we've seen in other states, but it's also important, I can tell you. And I want to comment a little more on that in a second, but the logistics of having enough masks available to do that is something that's being looked at right now, because we know, quite honestly, that without getting to a place where we have vaccine, we are going to be in a mass situation for quite some time. There's talk about antibody tests, and there's talk about how many people might have immunity to the virus, but those things are still months away from being able to be answered. And the reality is we probably won't see any kind of stabilization until we have a vaccine in place. So any scenario that we move forward with in Colorado, I can't see happening without a really hard push on masks. And I don't know if that will be an order on masks or it will be a campaign on masks, but masks are going to be an important component regardless of how we move forward.
Thank you, Jeff.
Next, I have Rachel, followed by Junie.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Perfect.
Great. My question was similar to Mark's second question about masks, and I don't know if that state, county, or city level, but I've gotten a lot of feedback as well that people don't feel safe, like in grocery stores, at the post office, things like that, trying to take care of essential activities when, say, even employees aren't wearing masks. And so I don't know if that's something that, I guess I just don't know how we get at that and how we make sure it's safest. Part of it sounds like it's a lack of masks maybe, but at least for employers, are we looking at anything, if you are working, you should be getting masks?
Yeah, I can tell you
person has them.
Yeah, I can tell you, thank you for that question. And I can tell you that that is absolutely part of the conversation of what does it look like to go back to having people be able to try to return to doing things. Masks is going to be a really important component. We have talked about, although I don't know the answer to, do we actually have enough masks in the state for people to be able to get, or for people to be able to make? There is things you can use in your own home that aren't quite as good, but as a last resort can be used. So that is all part of the conversation that is moving forward relative to what might happen after the 26th.
And do you have a sense of, is it most ideal to come from the state level versus county versus city? I would think higher is better.
Absolutely.
Doing it maybe city.
I would want to see it at a state level. And the reason that I would want to see it at a state level is because if we are making a decision that masks are so important that we want them to be mandated, and we're the only ones that do that in Boulder County, but we have people coming into our county from around the region, or we have people traveling to other counties in the region. We want it to be, the more uniform we can be at a statewide level, the better ability we have to control the virus at the same type, in the same type of way, with the same type of approach, which is why criteria for considering what does it look like to consider lifting portions of an order is as important in Boulder as it is in Eagle County.
Jeff, I could just probably make a quick comment about the masks. We've had hundreds of masks donated to Boulder Community Hospital, or Boulder BCH, and we have enough surgical masks that and our employees, we're all using the hospital-grade surgical masks. So we have hundreds packaged in the lobby of the hospital. And we're giving them away to the public that come to the hospital. So, and if there's another place where we could distribute them more readily, we certainly would be happy to do that as well. And we're packaging them with instructions about use. So at least as of this afternoon, I know we had hundreds available.
So if like grocery stores needed them for clerks and things, is anybody coordinating that on a larger level to make sure that everybody who's working essential jobs has them?
I don't know about that, but I can tell you we don't have that many grocery stores in town, and if they called us, we could find someone to drive and drop off whatever masks they need to keep their employees safe.
Thanks.
Okay, next we've got Jenny, followed by Mary.
Hi, everyone. I have two questions. And my first question is that was sent to me by a community member. Do we have any housing for first responders, whether it's in the state or at the county level? For instance, first responders who are either afraid of going home and want to stay closer to the hospital or at the hospital. I don't know how that works.
I don't know the answer to this. Is Jeff, thank you. I don't know the answer to that right off, but I can follow up with council. I would be following up with Frank Alexander, who's the Director of Housing and Human Services, and I can have an email come back to council if that's okay.
I can actually answer that because my husband's a physician, and so he's in the loop. And they do have housing throughout the state and throughout the country. There's a website I can email to you. Helpourheroes.com or something like that, where you can sign up and get hotels or Airbnbs that are not being used and stay there and keep your family safe.
That's wonderful. Thank you, Rachel.
I'll email it.
My next question is about mechanism. So that's a question that I was doing some personal research for work, and I ended up going to the New York Department of Public Health, and I noticed that they have, for instance, if you are a person with symptoms, you can just go in there and you put in your information, you put in your demographic information and your symptoms as well, and it will tell you whether you should go to the hospital or not. So I was wondering if we have any of those mechanisms in place, whether it's through your website or through the state website.
So that is that third portion of the work that I was talking about that the state has been doing. That mechanism will be available. I don't know exactly when it will be launched. I had heard at one point it would be this week, but it will be within the next 2 weeks for sure. And that is in place. The way that the state has developed that is so that people can go in and let people know if they are having symptoms. They would get referred then some of that electronic information that I was talking about that would give them a testing site, that would give them some basic information, would ask them to answer some questions, and then there would be more follow through after that. But that is being developed in the state of Colorado. I don't know exactly what New York's is, but that kind of mechanism is going into place in Colorado.
Okay, great. I think I want to ask one last question. Actually, I realized I had 3 questions. My question is about access. I had a community member reached out to me and asked me in Boulder, why we don't have access to testing available. And I think you mentioned that earlier, but I just wanted to ask that specific question. If you can just give me a specific answer as to why.
And I'm going to defer to Rob after I start to answer this too, because Rob is actually doing some testing at the hospital, Dr. Visser, sorry. But the only limitation on the testing is the tests themselves. So the ability to have tests and the testing material is what the limitation is. We know that there's not enough testing materials right now in the state of Colorado, so there's multiple places where people are not able to get tested that need to be tested because of the lack of those materials that I talked about earlier.
Thank you.
Great. I've got Mary, then followed by Aaron, and then back to Rachel.
Thank you, Jeff, for that presentation. First a comment to respond to one of Junie's questions. Last week, I received an email from Duke McClarty from AIMCO, who is the company that is building Park Mosaic. And they offered to house medical personnel and first responders. And I believe they were in touch with Grant Besser, so that might be a person to contact. I don't know if they went on and got on the website that Rachel referred to, but they did offer housing. So that was just a comment. My first question for Jeff is, last week you mentioned the containment, monitoring, and surveillance. And I was wondering how those three elements play with the no cases for 14 days criteria for lifting the orders. So can the order be lifted if you have 1, 2, or must you have all three in place? How do those all interplay with each other?
Yeah, thank you, Mary. In an ideal world, you would have all of those playing together exactly as necessary, which would be you would have enough testing in the entire state to be able to test anybody who's positive, plus you'd be able to test all of your priority, high priority areas. So those are emergency first responders, all healthcare workers. It would include long-term people in long-term care facilities, people who have high-risk conditions that may put them at risk, as well as homeless folks, so that you are really focusing in on the highest portion of that disease. And then you would have the ability to do all that testing. And you would also then have the ability to do all that testing, and you would have the staff that were necessary to be able to do all the follow-ups associated with what you would expect to see much more positives around, right? We know if we do more testing, we know we have more people in the community that are positive, that have not been tested. So we would expect to see more cases come forward that we would then want to do that isolation and quarantine and contact investigation on, so that it holds that surge down, and that we don't have people ending up in hospitals, and that we're controlling the virus that way. And then you would also have a really good monitoring system in place and a surveillance system in place, so that as you begin to lift orders, that you would be able to tell when you're lifting those orders if you're seeing surges, and ideally that would even be in a geographic area. So let's say if you lifted some orders for a portion of the county, you would be able to tell if that portion of the county had increased cases as a result of that. That's an ideal world. Well, the reason they want 14 days of stabilized or decreasing cases is because you don't want to lift an order in the middle of a surge that's going up and down. If you do that, then you can spike your cases. And as I had mentioned before, I haven't looked at these other surges in detail, but we've seen multiple other surges in other places that have started to lift these orders. And we want to make sure we have the ability to contain those in a way that is reasonable for the state of Colorado. So I could see things like, I'm just going to make a guess, but we may have, if we need X number of staff by the time the orders are lifted, we may only have a quarter of those by the time we get to when the order needs to be lifted. So how do you use those staff in a way that allows you to think about portions of orders being lifted along with some other strategies that would go in place until you can build up more staff? So that's the kind of things that are being talked about in relation to either the ability to get tests or the ability to build the workforce that you need to be able to sustain this and keep these numbers down.
Thank you. So my next question has to do with yesterday's press release from the governor. Mentioned that they released disaggregated data so that you could tell how different racial groups and different groups are being affected by the virus. Do you have, does the county have access to the disaggregated data?
We don't have it compiled, but we are actually compiling it. So by the time that I get here next week, I should be able to report on that. That is definitely something that's been, as I'm sure you're aware, has been talked about across the nation. We know we're having unequal impacts in terms of populations associated with this virus. So we are starting to pull that data out of our case files, and we'll be looking at it this week, and I should have it available for you by next week.
Thank you, Jeff. And as related to that question, will findings from looking at that data affect the testing criteria?
That's a good question. That's a good question, and we haven't got quite that far yet. So we would want to look at that data because we want to discover what's going on in populations. If we're having unequal impacts, then we have to, obviously it's incumbent upon us to design strategies to minimize those things and make sure that we're dealing with it. We'd have to look at the data first, try to figure out what's going on, and then figure out what strategies can we implement to then help improve those equities if they exist.
Thank you very much, Jeff.
Thanks, Mary. We've got Aaron and then Rachel, and I think those are the only hands I have up. I've got a question too, if no one has anything after Rachel. Aaron?
Jeff, thanks as always for your presentations. They're extremely helpful. I wanted to just check on something related to testing. So what I'm hearing from you is that testing is an incredibly important part. The ability to test widely is an incredibly important part to move into kind of next phases in our response. But do we currently have enough tests in the state of Colorado to test anyone that's showing any kind of COVID-19 related symptoms?
No, we don't. Is what I was told by the state health department is that is the biggest challenge that they have on their plate right now. We don't have the ability to test all the people that need to be tested, as well as those high priority groups that would need to be tested as well in order for us to hold this down. So the challenges are specifically associated with the supplies themselves. I know that testing, we have done some ramped up testing. I know Dr. Vissers has been able to increase some testing capacity. There is places in the state that have been able to increase some testing capacity because of private lab expansion, but right now the biggest limitation is the supplies themselves.
Great, thanks for clarifying that. And then just a note to folks at the city, I happened to glance at our City of Boulder Twitter account. There was a tweet sent out a few minutes ago that I think was inaccurate about the availability of testing. So if somebody could look into that ASAP, that would be great.
Anything else, Aaron?
That's it.
Great. Rachel?
All right, bummer on that tweet. And thank you again to Jeff. Going back to the masks, I'm sorry to beat a dead horse here, but I asked last week about masks for individuals who are unhoused and how hard, you really can't make your own. So do we have and I don't know if that's for Jeff or Dr. Vissers or for staff, but countywide or citywide, did we make any progress on that?
This is Kurt Fernhaber. Can I interject there?
Hi, Kurt.
Hi. So
We can't hear you.
Can't hear you though. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, it got muted again. We have made progress on that. The next day, Boulder Mennonite Church sewed I think 100 masks. And we've had several others that have come in. We've started to distribute those to our shelters and to individuals that are leaving shelters. We have had enough masks for anyone that coughs or has any symptoms, but now we're starting to give them to individuals as they leave the shelters. That will be ramped up as we get more masks, but I think we probably have 150 masks or so right now.
Awesome. Thank you. And I know there's a lot of community members who are like neighborhoods are organizing mask drives and things. So if we needed more, maybe we could put out the word. And then just wanted to let Junie know it's housingcovidheroes.org, HOUSINGCOVIDHEROES.org.
Rachel, you're the best. Thank you.
Go on. No problem.
If no one else has questions for Dr. Zayac, I do have a question, actually a suggestion to our staff. Probably for you, Sarah or Patrick, and this may already exist, so apologies if I've lost track of things. We spent a lot of time this evening talking about masks, and we've got a lot of community members who are making masks. I know my wife just made a whole bunch for the fire department. We also have, it sounds like, needs in the community for masks. If we don't have this already on our website, I wonder, Sarah, if we could create a repository of information on our website so that those who need masks can access resources like at the hospital, and those who want to make masks know where they can deliver them, so that we can kind of match up mask makers and mask wearers. And if that's something that we could do on either the city or the county level, if it's not happening already, that'd be great.
I'll be happy to talk to communications about adding that feature.
Super, great. Any other questions for Dr. Zayac? Jeff, stay on for a bit because we want to hear from Dr. Vissers, but we may have some circle back questions for you. I don't see any hands raised, so Dr. Vissers, you're up.
Great. I just want to echo again what Jeff talked about, and I think we are seeing the impact. I think we are seeing the social distancing and washing hands and wearing masks making a difference. As of this morning, we had 5 positive patients in the hospital. Most of them were in the ICU. We only had 1 rule out. Typically, we've been running closer to 20 between rule outs and positive patients. And we've continued to see it flatten and then slowly trickle down over the last several days. And so this is, again, an encouragement to continue with the stay at home, wearing masks, social distancing, not to let up, but because it is making a difference in saving lives. There were several questions about testing. We continue to have limitations on the amount of tests that we have available to us. So far, our system, and I think all the other systems, are restricting the testing to inpatients. So these are people who are being admitted, and it changes the way you would care for them. And healthcare workers, so that if they're symptomatic, we don't want them obviously in a healthcare setting if they're at all positive, but we also need them to get back to work to help support the 24/7 work that's going on. And so right now, that's the testing that's being taken place. There's very little outpatient testing that's going on. I am pleased to report that we did start doing testing at Boulder Community Health as of yesterday. We only received 30 test kits. So we are capable of doing these tests. These tests are actually very accurate, and the turnaround is 2 hours. Because we have limited supply, we're using them for where we need that immediate answer, a woman who's coming in labor or a critically ill patient. But we are hoping to get a larger shipment later this week. And if our testing kits and our capability expands, we would love to be able to expand that to the outpatient setting and to the community at large. And certainly as we begin to rein this in, it's going to be absolutely critical that we are able to test to understand and monitor in the community to suppress any resurgence. So we have the capability, we just need the kits. We're also exploring doing some antibody testing, and we're hoping to pilot that later this week or next week through a grant. So more to come on that front. But again, the message is it's working. I have one other message to share, and then I think I can answer also some of the other questions. There is a concern being raised, at least at our organization, well, across all the organizations in Denver, that while it's critically important that we adhere to the stay at home, we also have to be thoughtful about balancing the risk. And what we're seeing are patients that should be coming to a healthcare setting, or at the very least reaching out to their doctor to see whether they need to be seen. But some obvious things like chest pain, numbness, tingling, or symptoms of a stroke, et cetera. And we've just started to look at the data. And since the stay-at-home order, we've seen a significant reduction in patients, for example, with chest pain. It's only 2/3 of what it was prior to that. We know that heart disease hasn't suddenly diminished in our community, cardiovascular disease, neurovascular disease, other things. So while we expect traumatic injuries to decrease, we would expect these other medical emergencies and urgencies to continue. And so my other message is that the hospital is an incredibly safe place to be right now. Every single person is screened daily. If there's even a hint of symptoms, they're sent home and they're tested before they return to work. When we test our employees, we've only had 13 positives. We haven't had a positive case for over a week. And when we do trace it, it looks as though they acquired in the community. And so even our symptomatic employees who are not at work, the positivity rate is less than 10%. So, and if you walk in through the hospital, everyone's wearing a surgical mask or an N95. So I just want to get the message out there that it's very safe. We have a very small number of COVID patients that are cohorted. And if anyone at all has any symptoms, if they're employee, they go home. If they have a patient, we mask them and we separate them out. So please do not hesitate to return if you have a concern for any kind of serious illness, or at least call your provider. Jeff mentioned that there are some, and someone else mentioned websites or areas that you can try and self-triage. What I would encourage you to do, because the triage and the testing availability tends to be local and varies with availability of testing, but also capacity to see patients, is I would go to the bch.org website and just call our number, and we'll get you ideally to a triage nurse or to one of our primary care settings. We have 24/7 triaging, and we would rather be able to talk to you and say, you need to go to the emergency, or you need to call 911, or you're fine at home, or we think it would be appropriate to come in to see this provider. We also have video and telephone visits that are available. So we're doing 80-90% of our visits remotely and doing them safely. So again, don't defer care that is necessary and needed, or if you have questions, please reach out to us. We're here to help. There was a couple of other questions. I think you got the answer to the Housing COVID Heroes. It's housingcovidheroes.org. Is that right? So they have been great. And there's also a question about crisis standards, when we have to shift to changing the way we do things to manage the overload of patients. The trigger for that is 120% of capacity or volume. We and none of the other health systems on the Front Range are anywhere close to that. And most of my colleagues and peers I'm talking to are running at about 50% capacity. This again has been in preparation for the surge, but we're nowhere near crisis standards at this stage. I think those are the comments, and I addressed some of the questions that came up in Jeff's conversation, but I'm happy to entertain any other questions you have.
Mary has her hand up.
Thank you, Dr. Vissers. Just a real quick one. You mentioned that if you're showing any kind of symptoms, call your doctor. I think you answered that, but I'll go ahead and ask that again. So what happens if who do you call if you don't have a doctor?
I'm trying to get the number from bch.org, but we do have a general number, and if you ask to get through to one of the clinics, then our clinics will be able to triage you. So we do have people manning the phones at least during the day. At night, we share a nursing triage service with our with Denver Health. I don't know how readily accessible that is, but let me try and get back to you a general number. But if you go to bch.org, look at clinics, call the clinics, then we should be able to direct you. If you don't have a provider, we have capacity, and we're here to serve the entire community. So we take care of everybody regardless, Medicare, Medicaid, no insurance.
And you have people taking those calls that speak languages other than English.
Well, we do. If they're not, we don't at every clinic, but we do have Spanish translators available, so we would be able to hopefully facilitate that. Sometimes it requires some delay. I am happy to report that we were able to translate most of the pertinent documents around COVID on our website to Spanish, so you don't need to use the Google Translator as well.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Just a real quick suggestion. If you do get that number while you're still with us, if you could send it on over so we can get it out to the public, that'd be great. Thank you very much.
Any other questions for either Dr. Zak or Dr. Vissers? I don't see any hands up. Everybody good? Oops.
Hey, Bob, Jeff, can I just make a comment?
Yeah, go ahead.
As much as I aspire to be a doctor, I'm actually don't have a doctor degree, so I just wanted to make sure everybody knows that.
You sound like one, so we promoted you, but thanks, Jeff. Junie has her hand up.
Yes, I did have a question about, you mentioned when people were somehow, there is a correlation between wearing masks and level of activities and the number in cases. And I wanted to hear a little bit more about that because, again, we are asking more community members to wear masks. So I just wanted to hear more. What can we do? I guess that would be a question for us later, but why do you see that correlation?
I just want to be clear that I wasn't trying to draw a correlation to the number of cases, only to the fact that when the governor made the recommendation and CDC made the recommendation on masks, that we saw an increase in activity outside, and that what I don't want to do is have people think that masks is the be all end all. Again, sort of for me, the mask is a two-way thing. If everybody wears masks, it reduces the ability to spread the droplets from ourselves to somebody else. And that is really important. But that mask in and of itself is not going to protect you from somebody who's not wearing a mask and would cough in your face, as an example. And one of the things that this gives me an opportunity to say that I didn't say earlier is that obviously masks are one tool. It's really important for us to continue to wash hands, make sure we're sanitizing surfaces, especially if we've been out. So those things are also just as necessary as wearing that mask and being careful as you're taking the mask off, especially if you've been out and around other people, making sure that you're using the ear loops on the side to pull the mask off and not touching the front of the mask is important as well. So, and there's some good videos online that demonstrate how to put a mask on and take a mask off. Thank you for that question.
Thank you.
I did get a question. I think the last few weeks we've had questions about exercising. And so I was only able to find one reasonable study. And the problem with most of these studies is they don't necessarily translate it into how often does this actually transmit into a disease, or how contagious is it? Just because you have presence of particles or viruses or droplets. Having said that, it was a pretty reasonable study where they looked at people jogging, running, walking, breathing fast, and cycling. And what they found is, I mean, you are expelling more droplets. And what was most interesting is most of it is behind you. And so, and the faster you're going, the further those droplets go. So if I'm speaking normally, most of the droplets, if there are any, don't go further than 2 or 3 feet. So the 6-foot rule is almost a doubling of what will happen. But if you are moving quickly, then it makes sense that that sort of spread is going to be a little bit further. So maybe 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 feet. And on a fast cyclist, it might be longer. Now, of course, it's probably diluted more, but if you want to know where the droplets are, and the suggestion is it's when you're right behind. And the reason I bring this up is when you have people in a line, and this is what happens on the trails or the public trails, they probably are increasing their exposure if they're unmasked and they're directly behind another individual. Perhaps they're jogging behind them or cycling. And so ideally, we want to keep the space much further when we are outdoors doing some activity where we're breathing heavy and we're moving more quickly. But actually, you're much safer being side by side than in a line. And this goes to some earlier recommendations, which is if you can at all exercise in your community, around your house, on the public streets that are very empty right now, as opposed to all migrating to the public trails, as beautiful and wonderful as they are. I think we're putting ourselves at greater risk. So I think there is good evidence and data behind the thought that if you're going to exercise, try and wear a mask and do it alone in your community, streets, as opposed to the public paths that we're all sharing and crowding.
Great. Any other questions for Jeff or Rob?
If I could just add, I do have a phone number. I think that would be helpful. If you call 303-415-8180. That's a triage line that's available 24/7. And if they can't help you right away, they'll direct you there. So it's 303-415-8180.
Any other questions?
Just thank you to Dr. Vissers for the phone number.
Yeah, and thanks to both of you for these so important briefings every Tuesday night. We it's for the community, and I think the council members are really serving as surrogates to the community. The questions that we're hearing most often from the community, we're trying to convey to you, and so that you can then communicate that back out to the community through our live streaming, through Channel 8, through the print media and social media. And so thank you so much for the helpful information. I know things are changing quickly, and that's why it's so important for us to be able to have these sessions with you every Tuesday night. And I hope both of you can rejoin us next Tuesday night for another briefing, and hope we'll have, hopefully you'll have some better news for us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Jeff, Jane, I think we're moving on now to COVID response. I think your team has a few reports.
Yes, that's correct. So let me say that we have different presenters tonight than we normally have had. So I'm going to start off with some information about the furloughs that we did today. Then Cheryl Patelli will explain a lot more with regard to our financial situation. Bill Cowan will answer some questions that council members had about the effort that's now being called Rebalancing Our Streets. And then Dan Burke will talk about open space issues and progress that's being made there. And then finally, Charles Farrow will talk about what's going on with construction sites. So on to the first slide. Chris, thanks. This is a reminder of our goals that we try to follow every single day that we're working on this response. Certainly, we've already talked about tonight, preserving the healthcare system. It seems like things are going in a good direction. We are flattening the curve. We've got a long way to go, and wearing masks is going to be very important as we continue, not only for the next few weeks, but for much longer than that. Obviously, we want to ensure continuity of government by delivering essential service, and then focusing on equity, making sure that all of our community members are included. And then as a reminder for our critical essential services, these are law enforcement, our police and open space rangers, fire and rescue, and our utilities, our transportation access, and finally our COVID response team. So these are the services that we want to make sure remain available day in and day out to our community, even during this difficult time. So the first slide that I'm going to talk about is one that normally Kurt would talk about, but we're going to be focusing on a few other things tonight, but I know that you are all interested in what's going on in the COVID Recovery Center. So this is a graph that shows the number of residents that we are serving at the COVID Recovery Center. I believe that our census went down actually from what this slide shows in the last day, and that we're at 10 right now as opposed to 11. So I think that we're doing a great job there, and we do have further capacity, as I'm sure you know. So at the end of this presentation, I know Kurt will be happy to answer questions that you might have in that regard. So on to the next slide. So as you know, and as we put out a press release today, the city's financial condition has indicated that we need to make some immediate changes to our staffing levels. And so today we did make an announcement that we're furloughing 737 employees. 13% of them, or 175, are what we call our standard staff, and I'll explain that in a moment. And then 562, or 95% of our seasonal and temporary staff have been furloughed. So standard employees are employees that are already budgeted for in the city budget, and they work both full-time or part-time, and they're eligible for city benefits. The seasonal and temporary employees are more what I think the name is descriptive, is that these are employees that we use on a seasonal basis or for short-term one-time needs that fluctuate. So an example of seasonal employees would be lifeguards, but also like camp counselor type people, and any number of them are associated with our Parks and Recreation service. And so that has been a large number of employees that did get furloughed. Those temporary employees that were going to be providing great services for us over the summer months. So the city departments that have been impacted by the furlough, as well as freezing of our hiring, which we will talk about a little bit later when Cheryl speaks, are in particular Parks and Recreation, Library, Open Space, Housing and Human Services, Transportation. But every department in the city has been affected by this furlough because we wanted to make sure that every department director was looking hard at the services that employees were providing and making sure that anyone that was an essential person remained on staff. So let me turn it over now to Cheryl, who will go through a financial explanation of where we are and some more impacts and dollar savings that we will see as a result of the furloughs. So Cheryl.
Thanks, Jane. So good evening, Council. Tonight I will be presenting a few slides just reminding you of our revenue assumptions that we presented a few weeks ago, as well as some budget strategies that we have enacted and are considering to enact moving forward. Also, as Jane talked about, I'll go into a little bit more information regarding the furloughs and the salary freezes. So this slide, as a reminder, we believe that the majority of city revenue will be affected by COVID. We're estimating about 70% will be affected in 2020. Certainly sales and use tax, accommodation taxes are some of the major ones, but also a lot of our fees and fines, because either we have reduced demand or simply we don't have court, things like that. For 2020, we don't see an impact on property taxes. However, I do want to note, I read an article the other day, economists are suggesting that there could be a $1.3 trillion impact on real estate in 2020. It will be most likely be regional. And certainly, as we know, Boulder was insulated from some of the downturn in the Great Recession, but we don't have information at this point as to what might happen moving forward for Boulder in the coming years. Next slide, please. So again, we presented 3 scenarios a few weeks ago. And at the time, our first scenario really was that V-shaped scenario where we were in a significant downturn and then it came back quickly. With new information, new conversations with many folks, we don't believe that is a possible scenario at this point. And actually, scenario 3, which at the time was our worst case scenario we presented, we now consider to be our best case scenario. We will be presenting a few other more dire scenarios at the April 28th study session. I am happy to report we talked and have been working with Rich Wobekind, who is the Associate Dean, Senior Economist, and Faculty Director at CU. And he will be providing an update for you all at the April 28th meeting. We're also contracting with him and his team to help us with some of the scenarios and modeling for the city revenues. So that'll be really helpful some of that work won't happen or won't be completed until May, but certainly our intention is to keep you updated as these weeks unfold. Next slide, please. So here again is our potential revenue shortfalls with our current scenario. Obviously, the general fund is most impacted, but as you can see, many of the other funds, specifically the ones who have sales tax revenue as their main revenue source, are going to be impacted and impacted quickly by this downturn. Next slide. Next slide, please, Chris. Thank you. We talked about some of the options to close the gap. Certainly looking at our reserves will be one as we move forward and trying to get as many eligible federal funds as we can with this disaster. And then for what we've done to date, we have implemented the hiring hold on 84 standard positions. Jane talked about the furlough, and I'll provide some of the savings numbers on the next slide. And again, that furlough is from April 20th through June 28th. We're going to continue to review our operating and capital budgets. In fact, tomorrow, our executive budget team will be reviewing many of our operating and capital projects, looking at what projects we might be able to delay for 2020. We're also going to continue to explore our ongoing cost in our service levels, especially as we move into the 2021 budget preparation. In discussions with Rich today and a lot of what I've read, most people feel that the recovery from this downturn could take anywhere between 2 and 3 years. So certainly that's moving us into 2021 and beyond as it relates to our budget outlook. Next slide. So here is the information regarding both our furloughs and our standard position freezes by fund. And just one thing I want to point out, Jane mentioned that we furloughed 737 employees. That is the accurate number. The reason why the positions are a little higher is because some of our folks that were furloughed actually hold more than one position. So to get data out of the system can be a little problematic. But what this shows is that our furloughs alone will save close to $3 million this year. Our standard position freezes, we're recommending that these positions be freezed through the end of the year. With a total savings, and unfortunately, hold on. I'm sorry, I have the chat screen, so I can't see the number, but I know it's over 3 million. The total savings for position freezes. One thing I want to note about that number, it's just base salaries. It does not include benefits, which typically run around 30% of base salary. So with these moves, I think we've made good progress in making our gap smaller, and certainly as we move forward and come up with additional strategies, it will be even better. But more information certainly to come on April 28th. That's all that I had.
Jane, do you want to pause there and maybe we can do questions for you and Cheryl?
Right. I thought that this would be a good place to pause.
Great. Thanks so much. Adam, you're first up.
Thank you, Bob. I was just wondering, this is a question for Jane, I think. Were there any reductions to staff pay for non-furloughed workers, or was that not something that was taken into consideration?
So we have indicated, we've talked among ourselves at the executive budget team that there's going to be a second phase of savings. And the idea of reducing salaries for management employees is one of the things that we will be discussing, along with the postponing of capital projects that Cheryl talked about.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And we got Aaron.
Thanks for that, Cheryl. Are we going to get some additional information about the positions that were furloughed?
So we furloughed many employees, obviously, and we are wanting to maintain their privacy. So we have made the decision that we're not going to release information about individuals who have been furloughed.
That sounds like a great decision. Thanks for that answer. And then I just want to say, I know this must be an extremely difficult time for you all at the top of the city organization, but of course also for all of these folks who are furloughed. So just want to express my sympathies, and I'm sure the sympathies of the whole council for everyone who's being impacted by this. It's a very tough time.
Thank you.
Thanks for that, Aaron. That's important to say. We got Mark up and then Mary.
Yeah, I just wanted to piggyback on Adam's comments, which was the extent to which we've considered spreading out the pain, which is very considerable, by reducing salaries and minimizing layoffs. I think 10 employees would probably be happier at 90% of their compensation than having one of them have 0% of their compensation. Are you giving active thought to that kind of strategy?
Well, as I indicated to Adam, we are going to be looking at reducing management salaries to some extent. I will tell you that it's actually my theory that trying to maintain people on board that are actually not providing services is not a good plan for local government, where the monies that we get come from our taxpayers. So I feel like it's important that if a person is not performing essential services for our community in a time of emergency, that we should not be paying them.
Understood. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mary?
No, I just wanted to echo Aaron's sentiments and the tremendous sadness that I have felt all day because of this, and my heart goes out.
Yes, it does.
Thanks, Mary. Gina, I think we're ready to move on.
Great. So can we go to the next slide? And this will be Bill Cowron, who will be reporting back on information that he started talking with you about last week on closing streets. So Bill.
Good evening, members of City Council. I apologize. I thought I had my video situation worked out, but such is not the case. If I could go to the next slide, please. So I think we actually started talking about this issue 2 council meetings ago. There was discussion about the concept of closing streets for social distancing. We had provided some information at that meeting. There was a discussion after that about the fact that the city of Denver was also doing street closures, and was that an indication that we should be doing it as well? So I reported back some information about why the city of Denver was doing that, what drove their program, and then since then, our staff in transportation and staff in parks and open space have looked at the conditions that are present in our community in those similar sets of circumstances, that being roadways that are adjacent to parks and areas of the city that would have high density and not have adequate access to park area. We did not find any circumstances in any of those areas that would suggest a necessity for road closures. And again, it's important to understand just the contextual difference between a community like Boulder and a community like Denver. It's not that we're different or special. It's simply that communities like Denver are very big, very dense. They have a lot of people in a very small amount of space, and they simply don't have as much recreational space as we do. And so they have conditions that necessitate the kind of actions that they're taking that we simply do not. So since then, of course, there have been a lot of comments from the public about this. We had a very robust conversation about this at the Transportation Advisory Board meeting last night, and I believe you've received commentary from the Transportation Advisory Board. Some of the discussion involved whether it was necessary, this type of action was necessary for physical distancing. Again, I believe our staff's position is that that is not the case. What we are seeing on our roadways and on our sidewalks is conditions similar to what was described in one of the earlier presentations, where the roadways are largely devoid of motor vehicle traffic. Pedestrians can choose to walk on the sidewalk. If they want to, they could walk out onto the street on just about any local roadway in the city. We had an employee today who was doing some work on Mapleton, and he observed just about every pedestrian walking in the street and nobody walking on the sidewalk, because those are the conditions that exist on our roadway today. There were also discussions about whether this is something that we should be doing to create gathering space in the streets. There was an image of somebody setting a checkerboard out in the street, and discussion at TAB last night about people playing soccer. I think that certainly my understanding of what we're trying to accomplish with sheltering at home is that we would not want to be encouraging this type of behavior through any kind of street closure or rebalancing effort. And then also the idea that we would close lanes on arterial roadways, which I can certainly understand is an intriguing idea when you have the conditions that we have right now. Approximately 60% less traffic on our roadways than we would typically see. However, what would be involved to enact something like that is many scales higher in cost than even the local road closures that people have been talking about. So again, I wouldn't perceive that the value of doing that would justify the tremendous cost associated with that, given the financial circumstances that you've just been briefed on and how significantly impacted the transportation budget is going to be in this year and the years to come. Next slide, please. And again, as it pertains to those financial considerations, this slide just describes what we would expect out of just a typical local road closure. If we were to do this, we do not have these barricades as a city asset. They would need to be rented. We would estimate that would cost approximately $30 per day per block face, which admittedly sounds like a very small amount of money. But when you start to add them up to multiple days and you start to add them up to multiple blocks, then the cost becomes larger quite quickly. And so as we've looked at this in terms of, again, the potential value versus the potential cost, and just simple questions of how many streets and for how long, I think that this will be very impactful to our limited resources very quickly. Next slide, please. Since we've been having this conversation for 3 weeks now, I think it's certainly become apparent to me that many of the arguments that I've been making on behalf of our staff are probably not compelling to you. So we have tried to come up with some areas where we could potentially pilot something like this, where we could close the roadway, videotape what the conditions were on the roadway before, videotape what the conditions were on the roadway after, and then I guess make more educated decisions about whether this is something that is worth spending city funding upon. And we've specifically identified these 2 pilot areas, 4th Street from Calmia to Mapleton. This is an area that provides direct access to the Mount Sanitas Trailhead. It's a very popular cycling corridor. This happened to be one of the locations that Community Cycles had advocated on their request for these closures. The area that would run from Calmia to Mapleton is 15 blocks long. We think we could pilot that for 30 days and that it would cost somewhere between $10,000 and $15,000. Another pilot location would be on 19th Street from Violet to Yarmouth. This is a 2-block area that bisects the Boulder Meadows neighborhood, and there is some nearby green space, but it is the Violet Park, and that has not been completed yet. And there is not an abundance of green space in that area. Certainly, there is parks within walking distance, but they're not immediately nearby. And again, this would be a much less expensive trial. This would be somewhere between $1,000 and $1,500 for 30 days. So I'll conclude with that. I'm happy to answer any questions about, why staff has the recommendations it does, or any questions about these possible pilots, if this is something the council would like to direct us to do.
Thanks, Bill. I'm going to rattle off the names, I believe, in the order they raise their hand, just so everyone has their hand up, Bill. So I think we're going to start with Adam, followed by Junie, Mirabai, Mark, Aaron, Mary, and Rachel. So Adam, you're up.
Thank you, Bill. I realize this is a tough day, but I appreciate you coming and speaking with us. So my first question is, just so we know whether there was full information around when TAB gave its recommendation, were they aware of the information, the financials that we were briefed on just before this, when they were making their recommendation? And were they aware of the furloughing that was going to take place when that recommendation was made?
They were not. That information only became available to the public, I believe, at 2 o'clock today. I did. So I would like to be, as honest about their feedback as possible. I tried to make a compelling argument for just how dire our financial situation is going to be, especially in transportation that is so reliant on sales tax revenue. I believe they understood that, but I believe they felt compelled to make the recommendation they did nonetheless.
Okay. And with that in mind, my only suggestion to council is that picture might change now with that full set of information. So maybe it's worth, asking TAB to figure out a way to make a follow-up to their recommendation, just so that now there's more information on the table. They might maybe have different thoughts. Thank you.
Adam, you prompted my mind a thought that we might do for process. Jane, I think you might be looking for some direction from council tonight, and this is probably as good a time as any to provide it. So let me make a suggestion that we follow Adam's lead and ask your question. When you're called on, ask your questions, and then when you're done with your questions, why don't you, if you feel comfortable, if you want to hear more from your colleagues, go ahead and yield. But if you do have a view or a request of staff, or an opinion or proposed direction, feel free to add it at the end of your questions so that Jane and Bill can gather the input of council. Adam, with that said, do you have anything else to add?
So just overall, I definitely like the concept as it is, but I'm super concerned about funding at this point, given the update that we've just received and still not knowing the full picture based on hard data that we'll receive in another, I think it's 2 weeks. So yes, that's where I'm at the moment, at least. I would, love to implement something like this, but is this truly the best time?
Thanks, Adam. That's great for you to share. Junie, questions and any observations?
Yes, thank you. I have 3 questions and 1 observation, or just comment. And thank you, Bill, for this presentation. And I think we're much closer to, from before. My question to you, since we've been talking about money, but we're also talking about staff, right? And yes, I'm very worried about the money, and $22,000 right now is a lot of money. a lot of money considering what we're dealing with. But what I wanted to know from you, do you have the amount of people to help you do this project, or will it be a strain on your staff? That's my first question.
Yes, great question. It really will depend upon, again, the level of proliferation associated with this. Again, a question that I have struggled to wrap my head around is, what is the community or council's expectation in terms of that proliferation? If we're talking about a couple of pilot locations, then yes, I think we could send our staff out there, and within a day, maybe a day and a half, they could have the barricades up. And then one of those staff people would probably spend an hour to 2 hours every day ensuring that all of the barricading stays in place. That obviously we would prefer that staff person be available to do other essential things. But yes, we could certainly have that person do that if that was important to council. If this were to be something that were 30 or 40 or 50 blocks across the city, then we would probably be looking at somebody spending their entire day monitoring that. Well, it would take, of course, many days to set it up, and then somebody would need to be spending their entire day monitoring that. Again, that would be at the expense of some other essential service that they're doing. So that would mean, well, less of some other essential function, whoever we tapped to do it. To be honest, the person that I would have probably done it, we just furloughed. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. And I really like the idea of pilot 1 and pilot 2. And, you know, I think the community members who are pushing for the street rebalancing, they really have some great ideas. I think my next question to you when it comes to those pilots, although they are great ideas and I would like to see them implemented, but my question to you, have you had any community feedback or outreach? Because I can imagine, I want to know whether the communities that you've picked, the streets that you've picked, have you talked with those community members to know how they feel about this?
No, we absolutely have not. And doing, again, typically if we were doing something like this under normal circumstances, we would want to do appropriate public process. We would want to do outreach. Were we not in a situation that we were in now, we would want to do public meetings. We would, in the situation we're in currently, probably need to do something different like mailers or something of that nature. But no, we haven't done any of that, and anything that we did do in that regard would add cost to the pilot.
And also, what is the timing that we're looking at?
If we wanted to implement pilot 1 and or pilot 2, then I believe we could probably have barricades by this coming weekend, and we could probably implement them on Monday.
Okay. Thank you so much. I just wanted to say, from what I've heard from you, I really believe in this street rebalancing. I think it's a great idea, but my only issue is the type of outreach, community outreach. I wouldn't want you to put barricades in my street without informing me, without me having a say-so in it, because people could be coming from other communities, other neighbors from other communities can be coming to that street, so I would want to know. That's my first thing. And my second thing is, I understand you could start doing it next week. I don't know if that would be a question for Jane to maybe look into May 1st. And the only reason why I'm saying May 1st is because I remember I was watching the news. I watch the news a lot, and our Surgeon General talked about how this month is very critical to us, and we're doing a lot to flatten the curve. And I'm wondering if, even though the street rebalancing is a great idea, I'm thinking, because we just talked about masks, how people having access to masks make them more active. I'm wondering whether opening streets may make people more active. So I'm slightly worried about doing it next week. So if we can push it for later, I am very open to it, but next week, I'm just not so sure about it.
Thanks.
Thanks, Ginny. We've got up next Mirabai, followed by Mark, followed by Aaron.
Oh, Bill, thanks so much. I'm sorry you've had to spend 3 weeks working on this. My input on this is that I honestly am pretty confused why we're continuing to spend valuable resources and time to even look at this. To me, it's a divisive issue already, because you're now pitting cars against pedestrians and bikes, which is already an extremely divisive issue in our community. And it's pretty obvious for me personally that we do not have the funds for this. We just furloughed over 700 employees, and we're looking at doing something that is instead going to be promoting something like people being too close together and everything that Bill just explained in his presentation. And it's very clear that this is not something staff has time for, and I don't understand why we've now spent 3 meetings having discussions on it. So for me, I'm very ready to put it to bed, and I'd like to reserve our resources for the things that our community needs. This is to relate it to World War II, when people had Victory Gardens and gave up and did rationing. People need to realize this is a time, it's rationing. We cannot be selfish, and we need to realize that the central system has to go towards the most important things for our residents and keeping them the most safe. And this does not sound like that. It sounds like a great idea in other times, but not for right now. So that's where I'm sitting, and I'm hoping that after tonight, we will be able to allow staff to go about doing their more important job.
Thanks, Mirabai. Mark, either questions or comments, or both?
Comments. I think the concept of trying some of this out as a test case is interesting, but not now. I'm basically unwilling to have staff spend another hour or have the city spend another dime or another dollar on the expansion of any program that's not directly related to life, health, and safety, to dealing with our homeless population, to making sure that everyone in this city is properly fed, and trying to cope with the unbelievable disaster that's resulting from coronavirus. This is, I hope, the most consequential and severe financial crisis we will face in this city in our lifetime. And I just can't see spending a moment's distraction and a dollar on expansion of a program that is not a bad program, but it's not for this moment in time. I feel that very strongly. We need to focus entirely on core functions, making sure our people are safe, making sure fires are put out, making sure that other essential services are carried out fully. This to me is a distraction, and while it's not a bad idea, it's not an idea for this moment in time. Thanks.
Thanks, Mark. We've got Aaron, Mary, Rachel, and then I'll go last. Aaron, questions or comments?
Yeah, I'll start with a question. Bill, thank you for continuing to look into this. The question for you is that, so looking around the country and the world, there are, many cities who are implementing programs like this. And it seems like a number of them are doing like a really simple approach to this. So really, because it's not about 100% closing a street, right? It's about allowing local traffic only. And so you're seeing pictures from around the country of some very simple barricades, like a sawhorse kind of a thing with a sign about share the street, local traffic only. Would it be possible to do something that cost less and involved less staff time, more on the model of some of these other approaches that other cities have been taking?
I'm going to jump in so Bill doesn't have to answer this one. I have grave concerns about our failing to follow the Uniform Traffic Control Device Manual. Obviously, if we do not do that and we just put up sawhorses or other kinds of barricades that don't actually qualify under the Uniform Manual of Traffic Control Devices, I think we open ourselves up to risk of injury, and ultimately someone could get very seriously hurt. So that's why we're trying to make sure that we do conform with the rules of the of traffic engineering.
That makes total sense. Thanks for that, Jane. So I'll just go ahead and make a couple comments here. Of course, our financial situation is dire, so we don't want to do anything that costs a great deal of money. But the times that we're in are extraordinary in a number of ways, and one of the things is that people do need the ability to get some fresh air and some exercise while staying distant from each other. And while we are generally a well-supplied community in terms of access to green space and such, we are also experiencing crowding on our trails, and that are of some concern. So I would love to be able to take a simple approach, not an unsafe approach, but a simple approach in a couple of places that would give folks the opportunity to get out. Like, for example, in the Boulder Meadows neighborhood, that seems like a promising possibility where there's not a developed park in the immediate vicinity for all those residents of the mobile home park. So I think we do have, I think when we talk about what time we're in, this is an extraordinary time that where something like this could be extremely helpful to some of our residents. So if we could do something quickly and inexpensively and in a pilot and see how it works out with a minimum impact on staff time, as our Transportation Advisory Board recommended, I think it's worth exploring.
Thanks, Aaron. I've got Mary, Rachel, and Bob.
Thank you for that, Bill, and thank you, Jane, for that comment. I'm going to just start out asking a question with respect to, Bill, if this were not the times that we're in, and we were looking at street rebalancing, what would be the before and after kind of analysis that you might perform? So in other words, what kind of data collection would be anticipated?
A difficult question, a good one, but a difficult question because I think the goals what drives your data collection is what your goals are. And the goals are likely different now than they would be if we were doing this typically. But I'll attempt to answer nonetheless. I think what you would probably want to see, certainly what I would hope to see in a successful pilot, is a street that has bikes and pedestrians either in conflict with each other on the sidewalk or in conflict with motor vehicle traffic in the roadway before you implemented the pilot, and then quite clearly situation that was different than that after the pilot. And you should be able to see that by videoing before and after data.
Thank you, Bill. And so I'll go to my comments now. So a few years ago, we did implement a street rebalancing project that was, there was not the extensive data collection that perhaps we might conduct now, having learned from that particular project. I'm not sure what the goals are, and with respect to Bill's response, I'm not sure what the goals of this are, because if the goals are to allow people to go out and exercise and be distant from each other, what I'm observing out there is completely amenable to that already. So for example, I've seen virtually no traffic on streets like Iris, Arapahoe, Canyon, Broadway, to the extent that there doesn't appear to be an issue with being able to distance even on those streets. And it's more so the case that you can distance on the neighborhood streets. So I'm not sure what problem we're trying to solve here. And to Junie's point, it does seem to be in direct contradiction to what we're trying to accomplish at this moment in time, which is to keep people indoors. And yes, this is about health and safety, but I think that at the moment, the health and safety in terms of not contracting the virus is far more important than being able to be out on the street without having to worry about any automobile traffic, which is really not what we're seeing at all right now. If anything, the streets are at maximum conduciveness to distancing at the moment. So I'm not sure what the problem is that we're trying to solve right now. Furthermore, 4th Street, to try and do something on 4th Street is, I've never seen any issues on 4th Street, and 4th Street has been a bike, ped, car corridor for as long as I can remember. And that to me seems like that's a place where people can access the trails right there. There's all kinds of side streets that people can walk on. So I don't think that that is a place where we would go to address any kind of lack of access to exercise. The Violet Boulder Meadows one is more intriguing to me. But again, at this point, it would have a huge impact on staff because, as Bill mentioned, we don't even have the staff to do it. So it's not a bad idea. And I think that street rebalancing and having streets for people is certainly a goal that we should proceed with. But at this point in time, it just does not make sense. So I don't support these pilots at all.
Thanks, Mary. Rachel, then I'll wrap it up.
All right. First, thanks to Bill for continuing to look at this. I know it's not been something that you were excited to be looking into 3 weeks ago or 3 weeks in a row, and so I appreciate you doing it. My question is, are some cities that are more like Boulder than like Denver doing this? So I had sort of asked you to look at Denver just to touch base with them to see how they had accomplished doing this, not as much why for them. And I thought that there were other cities that were more similar to us than Denver doing it. So that's my question.
So let me start by saying that I'm excited to look into anything that council is interested in.
Thanks, Bill.
So again, our focus has primarily been on comparing ourselves to the Denver program. I also sought to find another Front Range community that might be doing something like this, and I did not find one. I have recently tried to identify other communities in the country that are doing this. There was actually some great information that got sent to us from a resident today. And I have not looked all the way through it, so I don't have a tally, but there certainly are, more than a dozen communities across the country that are doing some kind of closures. Many of them are doing closures that are just within their parks, on park roads. And many of them, again, are these large cities like Philadelphia, Oakland, Dallas, Denver, Cleveland, though Cleveland is only doing their parks roads, and Boston, right, which are going to be contextually very different from us. But then there are communities like Burlington, Vermont, that is doing something with road closures. I don't know what it is yet, but on my list to find out. And Austin, Texas closed a lane on a highway. I grew up in Massachusetts, but I am embarrassed to say I don't recall how big communities like Milton and Quincy are, but they have done some full lane closures to all cars on certain highways. Portland, Oregon has closed roadways in their parks. That's what I've been able to find out so far.
Thanks. So I guess I just wanted to make sure that we're not limiting our look to Denver as a comparator. And again, my rationale for wanting us to reach out to Denver was more just to see how they were doing it and could we borrow some of that. So thanks for that. And my comment would be that this is a safety issue to me, and it's a fairly high on the list safety issue in that we are still considering exercise important for our mental and physical health, and we are encouraging people to get outside. So I guess I don't know that we are actively trying to get people to stay indoors for the next week. I think we're in this for months to longer, and we're in this for the long haul. And so next week, next month, and the month after that, we still are going to need people to be able to safely pass each other and get their exercise needs and just their commuting needs met as well. We also don't necessarily want people riding buses, so bikes and walking are better than people breathing the same air in a bus. And our trails are jammed, as we know. So I do think that there are critical reasons to want to encourage this. I was biking on Iris last week, and it was pretty harrowing. There were 2 lanes open on each side, and for whatever reason, the cars were in the right-hand lane closer to me on the bike, and they were going fast because there's not very many cars. So I think that it's not just, hey, why would we possibly look at that, at this random issue at this point in time? It's because it's this point in time. It's because cars are driving faster and we need more space from each other. So to answer the why, I think it's because it is a health and safety issue that's current and meaningful right now. Also, people are stepping off of streets to avoid each other. And then again, you've got these speeding cars sometimes on 30th, Thunderbird where I am. So people are doing it, but I don't think that that's necessarily the safest way. I think it's important that we do prioritize health and safety where we can. I think this is one way that we can do it. It's also modeling that we are not trying to be a completely car-centric town, that we are focused on Vision Zero. And it's a time where we can frankly give people hope when hope is pretty desperately needed. So I can see where this is going and that there are not the votes for it. That makes me sad because I think we have a good opportunity to prioritize progressive protections of pedestrians and cyclists. And I'm sad that we're missing that opportunity. And lastly, I would just say, I get that we don't want to spend money, but it's not like we are shutting down the budget. I'm sure we're still going to spend a lot of money upkeeping open space trails and roads and a lot of other services. So I'm not deaf to the notion that this has an impact on our budget, but we do still have a budget and it is something that we could prioritize. Thank you.
Thanks, Rachel. Bill, I have 2 questions and I'll maybe try to summarize what we've heard. First of all, I assume that even if we were to engage in these pilots or something similar to these pilots with barricades, traffic, that local traffic, that is people who live along those streets, would still be allowed to drive on those streets. Is that correct?
That's correct. I would also say that one of the concerns we've always had around this is that it would be virtually impossible to enforce any kind of restriction like this. What you'd be asking a police officer to do to enforce something like this would be super challenging. And so we would have every expectation that it would not just be local traffic that was driving on the road.
But even if it was only local traffic, if people follow the signs that's presumably say local traffic only, even if no one who was not local drove, we would still have cars going around the barricades so they can get to their nearby homes. Is that correct?
Yes, it would. I think that this generally has included local traffic, deliveries, and emergency response.
Okay, that's fine. I just want to make an observation, and then I'll kind of try to sum us up so we can move on. We heard today from Jane the very sad news that 3 out of 8 employees who work for the city have been sent home or will be sent home at the end of this week. And that's pretty impactful. And I want to be fair to the Transportation Advisory Board. And in response to Adam's question, great question, they may not have been aware, or they probably weren't aware when they discussed this last night of the budget impact and the fact that 3 out of 8 employees would be going home. And similarly, Community Cycles and other advocates who have suggested this were undoubtedly not aware of the impacts. And so I'm going to join the what seems to be a majority here that he's either indicated that they're not interested in this at all, or at least not interested at this point in time. I think Bill's made some compelling cases, and looks like Aaron and Rachel, I think you were the only ones who, unless I got something wrong or misunderstood somebody, the only ones who were advocating for implementing these pilots at this point in time. I think I heard a few people saying that maybe we could revisit this in a few weeks, and others were not interested in even that. So I think, unless people disagree with that summation, I think we're probably closed on this topic. Anything else on this topic? I'm going to suggest a break here in a second, but anything else on this topic before we take a quick break and then move on to the last 2 city presentations? I don't see any hands up. I would observe at 7:56, a lot of us enjoy the nightly howl at 8 o'clock. So why don't I suggest that we take about a 6 or 8 minute break, stretch your legs, step outside, listen to the howl, and let's get back in front of our computers at maybe about 8:03 or 8:04. discussion just now on potential street closures. I do want to remind people that next week on April 21st at the City Council meeting, we'll be having a discussion about 20 is plenty, which also relates to neighborhood speed mitigation and traffic safety. And so we'll be hearing back from Bill and hearing the recommendations of the Transportation Advisory Board next week, April 21st. Jane, I think you've got a couple more presentations.
Yeah, and the next presentation is Dan Burke, our Open Space Director. Obviously, you had a lot of questions last week about what was going on Open Space and some recommendations from Dan. So Dan, take it away.
Great, thank you, Jane. Good evening, Council. Dan Burke, Director of Open Space at Mountain Parks. Am I coming in okay?
Yeah.
All right, great. Yeah, for my update tonight, I just want to again focus on a few similar topic areas as I did last week. First, just to give you a trends report of what we're seeing out on the system in this past week in terms of both visitation and compliance. I want to give you again a status report of our peer open space agencies out in our region and what they are experiencing and some of the management strategies they're looking at. And just finally, to give you a little bit of a status update on the recent actions and steps the department has put in place in the past week and some of the successes and challenges that we've experienced in addressing compliance, as well as especially in high visitation areas. So let's get started by first talking about, if you can advance one more slide, thank you. Taking a look quickly at visitation and compliance trends. Well, the community continues to find solace and joy being out on open space, which is a good thing. We are continually tracking and assessing our data from our automatic trail counters, as well as daily and weekly field logs and reports that we receive from our rangers and our education and outreach staff that are deployed out in our system. And of course, we also continually receive a lot of comments and feedback from community members. So we kind of put all that information together and it begins to tell a story. And some of the things that our understandings from the last week is that we continue to experience summertime visitation numbers out on our system. 6 of the 7 days experienced higher than average visitation levels. In fact, one exception being this past Sunday, and that coincided with a less than ideal weather condition day. It really is weather more than anything else that seems to be the constant predictor of what we will experience in terms of visitation on any given day out on the open space system. Normal times, weekday visitation is considerably lower than weekends, but the difference between those two periods of time is not as great during the stay-at-home orders we're under right now. So again, just want to note that we are experiencing higher than normal usage during a time when we often have wet trail conditions. And so what that means is, from an open space perspective, is that as we emerge from the COVID response period, whenever that period sort of begins, open space staff will need to place attention and focus to documenting, assessing, and addressing trail and adjacent vegetation impacts because of high visitation levels during this period of time. In terms of what we're hearing back from the community in the past week, there's been a noticeable shift from what we're hearing. We certainly still hear a lot from people, but we do still receive feedback about concerns with social distancing compliance and face coverings. What we see this week is we received a lot more feedback from community members who desire to keep our trails open and the benefits being out on open space and what those benefits are. So turning our attention a little bit to compliance and the trends we're seeing. Reports from rangers and our other field staff indicate that visitors continue to be more conscious and aware of the need to practice physical distancing while out on open space. And really, this is an encouraging trend. We do need to report again, like I did last week, that there continues to be problem locations and certain times of the day that tend to be more problematic in terms of compliance. Observational estimates from staff indicate that compliance is really highly variable. Areas of our system, especially that tend to have less visitation, compliance is often quite high. But there remain a few areas, and some of these coincide with our most visited areas, where non-compliance is frequently observed. And you know, that is a concern for the department. In regards to face covering, we have observed in the past week a definite uptick in visitors wearing a covering. The compliance with this guidance is really thought to be lower than with social distancing. Observational reports also indicate, and this is observation only, that young adults are significantly less likely to be in compliance with both distancing and face covering guidance. We do tend to see high compliance with older adults on both those. So overall, if I was to characterize it, I would say that this past week we did observe more effort and consciousness towards compliance with the orders and the guidance. But main areas and times that experience compliance issues, and that this will continue to be the main focus for where we will place our emphasis and our energies in the coming weeks. I do want to just use this opportunity to point out and to recognize our OSMP Rangers and our education and outreach staff, as well as our trailhead maintenance staff, for providing the increased presence out on the system. This increased presence is really starting to make a difference, and we've heard that it's very much appreciated by the community. So if I can go to the next slide, please. So just to provide you with regional context and our collaboration regionally. So to the update I provided you last week, trails and trailheads on the open space agency, regional open space agencies in our region, such as Boulder, Jefferson, Larimer County, even as well as El Dorado State Park and Rocky Flats and our national forests, trails remain open and visitation numbers remain high. During my meeting today with Boulder, Larimer, and Jefferson County directors and ranger staff, it is clear that these agencies are focused on developing and implementing target management strategies to address visitation and compliance concerns, as opposed to considering system closures at this time. All of us are focused on messaging and communications as our top strategy. And we discussed today how we can collaborate even more in this area. And we all really agreed that a unified and consistent messaging is how we can really achieve the greatest results over the long run, and that we ought to consider more collaboration on that front. In addition, there were a couple of these agencies that have begun to institute temporary closures at select trailhead locations when parking lots became full. So basically restricting parking access until spaces are freed. What I heard from those pilot projects that began this past week is that they're very labor intensive. Did show enough benefit that they're going to continue for another round of implementing those strategies. And a lot of those strategies are being done up in the mountain locations in Jefferson County and here in Boulder with the Boulder County Open Space Department. Open Space in Boulder County are now collaborating from a staff perspective on developing a pilot strategy in the coming week or so. And in just a moment, I will give you a little bit more information and details on what that strategy is. So if I can go to the next slide. So recognizing the importance of providing places for community members to spend outdoors and the need for compliance, we have taken the following steps and actions. And I just want to, I repeated this last week, but just as a reminder, we have closed all of our nature centers, buildings, shelters, and picnic areas, as well as several areas on Flagstaff where we were seeing group gatherings occurring. And we are now servicing and maintaining our trailhead areas on a daily basis, including our restrooms. In terms of new efforts that I mentioned last week that we have now implemented, this past week we have developed and disseminated a lot of new targeted messaging and communications. What that means is we've deployed 6 roadside variable messaging boards at popular locations. And we're reminding visitors to practice physical distancing and wear face coverings. These boards are located north and south of the city and near Taco Park, Mount Sanitas, and Wonderland Lake. We completed the placement of large A-frame signs out on our busiest trails, emphasizing the need to practice distancing as well as other measures. And to coincide with similar efforts by Boulder and Jefferson County, the city and the parks, including OSMP and Parks and Rec, released a flurry of media releases and social media posts late last week that centered around the need for greater visitor compliance and to recreate close to home. What's really notable from last week is we collaborated with 14 recreation-based organizations to target messages to their members around the need to recreate responsibly during this time. And through cooperation, we were able to reach over 20,000 people. And we also received support from several council members who helped get the word out on distancing. So thank you all for your participation in that effort. This past week, we were also able to fully deploy our uniformed outreach and education staff at our busiest trails and trailheads, where basically we were getting the message out on how to safely and responsibly visit open space. So in addition to the many contacts that our rangers engage in on a daily basis, our education and outreach staff provided over 65 hours of field presence this week and contacted more than 3,000 people out in the field. Their focus is on educating visitors about the 6 feet of social distancing and constantly be reminding folks of the need to wear face coverings. So big kudos and shout out to our education and outreach staff. On Friday, we began instituting suggested one-way travel along several popular trails to help visitors maintain physical distance. Included in this pilot program include Flatirons Vista, the Bobolink Trail, Springbrook Loop, and Eagle and Sage out at Bola Valley Ranch. And our outreach and education staff reported that this one-way travel suggestion was really well received overall. And in fact, we are now sort of analyzing how that program went. We'll continue to do more assessment over the next few days, and then we'll be considering whether and where to bring this strategy to other locations. And finally, I just want to recognize and thank staff from Community Vitality who recently began collaborating with rangers to help manage parking issues at select areas around our system. So as you may know from, remember from my report last week, I listed a few of those activities that we're considering. Some of them I just mentioned that actually were implemented. And there is one action from that list that seems to be on the near-term horizon, and that is to partner on some temporary closure. And in this instance, what we are thinking of doing is partnering with Boulder County, temporary closure during parts of the weekend of Flagstaff Road. And that temporary closure would begin at the Gregory Canyon Trailhead. But of course would still be permitted, as well as local traffic. So this temporary closure at certain times during the weekend is being contemplated really to address a few different things. What we are hearing from Boulder County is that they are experiencing significant crowding and parking congestion, minor vandalism up at their Walker Ranch open space, to the point where they reached out to us and brought this idea of partnering with them on piloting a potential temporary closure of Flagstaff Road. This would also help us resolve the OSMP continuing issues that we're seeing in areas up on Flagstaff, unsafe parking and lack of compliance to some of our closures that we put in place on top of Flagstaff a few weeks ago. From our two agencies have been meeting this week. Discussing the details of how and when the pilot project would be conducted. Boulder County is anxious to get this started, and if details can be worked out, and depending on the reaction from you all tonight, I could this actually being implemented within the next week or so. I would also say that there needs to be more need to reach out and work with other city departments such as Parks and Rec, Transportation and Community Vitality staff, because one thing that we would want to consider is any potential parking and visitation impacts that the Aqua area may experience as a result of doing some temporary closure of Flagstaff Road. So, again, our goal would be not to try to resolve problems in one area in order to create problems in another area. So I'd like to get more robust discussions of how we could proactively prevent that situation from happening. So that includes my summary of the past week, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thanks so much, Dan. We've got one hand up so far, and that's Aaron. And now after Aaron, Mark.
Dan, thanks for that and for all the work that you and your staff are doing. Really appreciate it. The question about the Flagstaff Mountain closure, is the idea there being like to put a closure at the base of Flagstaff Mountain Road, just past Chautauqua to everything but? Would it be local traffic, bikes and peds, or what's the exact?
Yeah, that's essentially what the concept is at this point. So once you get up at the end of baseline, past the city roads, the next sort of road to your left is the trailhead into Gregory Canyon. And I'd imagine that the barricade would be put somewhere in that location.
Okay, yeah, sounds like a great idea. Thanks.
Mark?
Yeah, Dan, I appreciate it. Are you seeing any special levels of trail degradation resulting from the levels of traffic? And
yeah, I would say, Mark, we are. We also get a number of reports from the community who are also seeing that, and I think that's really twofold. I don't, high visitation, it happens all through the summer, and so I don't want to point it just to that. I think it's a combination of the fact that we're seeing this very high level of vegetation in what is a muddy season. You know, you have snow, then snow melt, and then some rain, and so the weather pattern is quite different now than it is in the summer. And I would also say that, with people trying to practice social distancing, you have a lot more people stepping off trail in order to, rightfully so, to create that 6 feet of distance. So we have people stepping off trail as well. So we know from a trails maintenance perspective that we're going to need to put more of a focus and attention into that sort of routine maintenance and light restoration towards summer and even into the fall than we normally would need to do.
Thank you, Dan.
The only other hand I see up right now is Adam. If you have a question for Dan, raise your hand now. Otherwise, after Adam's question, we'll move on to the next presentation.
Thank you, Dan. My question is piggybacking off of Mark's. So given that we've just had a whole bunch of workers furloughed, many of which I assume are open space mountain parks and recreation, are we going to have the ability and the capacity to do that additional work that's going to be needed based on the usage of the trails at the current moment?
Yeah, Adam, that's a really great question. It's really, the answer lies into looking at the whole work plan for not only 2020, but 2021, and how to reshuffle where our priorities are. Obviously, a priority on routine maintenance may even be a bigger lens that we're looking through than we possibly were when we put together our work plan last fall, and we're peeking into 2020 right now, or 2021 right now. So it's a reshuffling. We definitely will have less capacity, at least for the next 9 or 10 weeks from a trails perspective. And so we put that capacity is definitely going to be needed to be looked at in a new lens. And that lens probably needs to be more focused on this type of maintenance as opposed to, some of the more robust projects such as trail reroutes, certainly new trail construction and the like. So it's a good point you raise, and we are going to have less capacity, and so we are going to have to shuffle the deck, as they say, and we're in the process of relooking at all those things right now.
And last thing, do you have any suggestions for trail users while they're still trying to maintain social distance? Like, is the best idea just to try to use it less, or go on days when it's less likely? I just want to reiterate what we should be doing as a community.
Well, some of our first things that we do in our messaging and what we've done collaboratively with regional is basically say, try to recreate at home where you can walk from, and try, stay at home first and foremost. And if you need to get outside to recreate, then do it responsibly. And some of that is, you know, we know that our peak times, especially what we're seeing from our trail counter data right now is, you know, anywhere from 11 to 2 is where we're seeing spikes in our number. And anytime that we have those spikes, it's even with people trying to be more conscious and trying to practice social distancing, it's just harder when you're dealing with a crowded situation. So yes, getting out later in the day and into the early evening, getting out earlier in the morning, it's certainly a much likely situation where you're going to be experiencing you know, the distancing compliance issue. As far as getting to step off trail, the one concern we have with that is we understand that that may be the only way to get that 6 feet. Is we want to reiterate to the public that we just don't want to create a trend in that way. You know, we always have tried before to emphasize the need to stay on trail, even walk through the mud. That's the best way to kind of keep the trails narrow and to reduce degradation from adjacent areas. But this is a special time, and so people are stepping off trail. We totally understand that. We just would ask that once this is over and social distancing perhaps becomes a thing of the past at some point in time, get back to staying on trail at all times.
Dan, I want to follow up on Adam's question about behaviors and things that people can do. You know, we've got what, 46,000 acres of open space. We've got hundreds of trails. I assume that folks can go on, and a lot of our problems are in our most popular open space areas, our most popular trails. I assume that people can go on the open space website and maybe do a little research on some of the trails that they are less familiar with and are less popular. And as a result, probably encounter fewer people in some of those lesser known trails.
Yes, on our website, osmptrails.org. So osmptrails.org. Our web map there, we have our staff worked really hard to get new information up there. It's fairly easy to find trails that are 6 feet wide or longer or wider, so 6 feet wide or more. You can also go on those trail and look at trailheads and trails where vegetation use is in the low or medium use as opposed to high. So you can use that trails or web map to find areas before you even go out where you're likely to see lower visitation and where you're likely to find wider trails. So we hopefully have made that information much easier to find. And in fact, in March, we received over 21,000 visits to that site. So it is being used.
Great. Thanks much, Dan. I don't see any other hands up. So Dan, thank you so much for that presentation. And Jane, I think you've got one more.
That's correct. At CAC on Monday, CAC requested that we provide information about construction activity in town with regard to social distancing and making sure that the construction workers are following the guidelines that we've set forth. So I asked Charles Farrow to make this presentation because he is the most familiar with many different aspects of what's going on in the construction industry at this time. So Charles, take it away.
Great, thanks very much, Jane. Good evening, Council. Charles Farrow, Planning and Development Services. This evening, I'm going to be providing you some information related to the state's construction guidelines during the stay-at-home order and a little information related to recent local construction industry outreach. And then I'll conclude with some local examples of best practices that are occurring on active sites here in Boulder. So the state's construction guidelines that have been put in place allow construction as an essential operation due to the unique issues related to supply chain financing, contract deadlines, and public need. This applies to critical infrastructure, things like road construction, railroads, airports, housing, and in the order it actually talks about especially low income housing, energy infrastructure, water infrastructure. So most importantly, the order requires that all construction activities meet social distancing requirements, even if compliance means additional cost. And then the guidelines also require that folks who are sick or at high risk of severe illness from COVID-19 not travel to work, even if they're work at a critical business. Slide. So there's actually been a fair amount of industry outreach in town recently. The Boulder Business Response and Recovery Alliance organizations are coordinating education, informing essential businesses in their continued safe and compliant operation. The chamber has been active recently as well. They conducted an outreach session on April 8th to the development and construction industry, where a virtual meeting where 20 industry contacts attended. Everybody reviewed current guidelines for the state of Colorado and what best practices look like. There was a facilitated discussion about progress and what some of those challenges have been, and have identified and supported industry interest in sharing updates to assure that the community and safety of workers and the general public. The chamber is also committed to continuing to sharing guidance and best practices broadly, including any updates that come out of the industry. Slide. One more time. Oh, that was it. Thank you. So we have a couple great examples of active job sites in town that are doing an excellent job of managing safety. So 2 examples, Boulder Junction, the BHP sites that are under construction right now, Red Oak Park 2 being one of them, have employed COVID safety officers for continuous monitoring and enforcement. That's literally their entire job, is to make sure that they're monitoring the activity of the crews that are out there and helping to reduce contact. Many are reducing the size of the crews that are out there and processing or process changes that minimize interaction. Trying to maintain 6-foot distance between employees when possible, which isn't always the case in the world of construction. Offsetting work breaks and reducing congregating at breaks, so trying to avoid people having lunch together, things like that. Strict hygiene protocols in place, hand washing stations are being installed, and hand sanitizers being provided on site for workers out there. Limiting visitors to the site. Office support functions, for the most part, are completely occurring remotely. In-person meetings are being avoided. On-site meetings are no longer being held in construction trailers, are being held outside. And employees' health are being regularly monitored. And of course, the use of PPE when appropriate. So if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer.
I was muted. Question from Adam.
Yeah, thank you so much. So it's really interesting to hear about COVID safety officers in those limited capacities. I was just wondering, what does enforcement look like and compliance look like for sites that aren't, run by the city of Boulder? And is there a means of making sure that those are being, complying?
Well, I can't say that every job site in town is employing a actual, COVID monitor, but I know that in just my discussions with the development community recently, and I've actually had quite a few just based on the closure, superintendents are taking it seriously. I think everybody is taking the state's order seriously. When we get reports at the city about, a crew that, may or may not be practicing distancing, we're actually trying to educate them and try to provide resources on the state's best practices for social distancing on job sites. So I can't say for sure on every job site, Adam, but I know that folks are taking it as seriously as they can.
Thank you, Charles.
Mary.
My question has been answered.
Well, we're waiting to see if anybody else has a question. I've got one for you, Charles. I know that the county, Boulder County Public Health, is acting as a collector of of alleged violations. If people believe they see a violation of the state orders, they can report those through Boulder County Public Health on their website. If one of those alleged violations comes through relating to a construction site that happens to be in the city of Boulder, is that going to make its way to your team?
Likely not. I think County Health is actually running point on the enforcement. And, you know, we're working with them on a daily basis. I think it's really more about education at this point. We've actually had a couple calls about some job sites, and, you know, we've known the contractor, so we just put in the call and say, you know, we're getting reports that it doesn't look like social distance is occurring on the site. So you may want to make sure that you're talking with your superintendents out there about what that looks like. Great. Okay. I don't see any other hands up. If there's no other questions, Charles, thank you so much for that report. Let me just observe that this system that we've seemed to have kind of fallen into over the last few weeks seems to work pretty well, where we have 2 or 3 topics and presentations. Sometimes, like Dan just did, it's important to have a second presentation a week later after some improvements are made. And so I'd like to suggest to council members, if you have topics you'd like to see as part of this COVID response section of our meeting, which has now become a standing part of our meeting, please send them into CAC. And if you could send them in as early as possible, don't wait till the weekend or Monday, so that Jane's team can start preparing their presentations, that would be great. And then CAC will put, we'll try to put 2 or 3 on as we've done the last couple of weeks. Aaron has a question.
Yeah, well, thank you for that, Bob. I think it's a great idea. I just, while we have the chance, we haven't gotten an update on folks who are struggling with rent, both residents and businesses. So it would be great to get an update on how things are going in the community in those areas next week.
Jane, you mentioned that Kurt Fernhaber might weigh in at the end here. Do either you or he have something more to add?
I don't think so. My thought was that if you had questions about the unhoused population, that Kurt would be available to answer those, but I don't know that we're prepared to answer the questions about rent.
And I was not asking the question for tonight, so I'm not trying to put anybody on the spot, just that I think it'd be helpful for us to check in on the topic next week, given how central those questions are to a lot of people in our community.
Great. Great suggestion, Aaron. Any other final questions for Jane, either for tonight, which we can try to answer, or suggestions for presentations next week? I see Adam's hands up.
Yeah, this isn't for tonight, just a general awareness that there have been some issues of the homeless shelters being at capacity, and that's going to be a continual ongoing issue, especially now that COVID-19 has hit and there will be economic fallout. So I think that's something we'll have to continue to keep top of mind in general. And that's going to need a lot of discussion going forward.
Thanks, Adam.
Great. I don't see any other hands up, so let's go ahead and move on. Jane, you or somebody from your team is going to be presenting Boulder for Me.
Yes, just me, very quickly. And obviously, Yvette is here to answer questions if you have any, but our plan was that we would send you an information packet item, which you should have gotten about it. And then I'm just going to give a quick update. So one of the things that happened about a year ago is that at a council study session, council members talked about the idea of, could we have an application on people's phones or computers that would help them understand what services are available to them at the city. And so we put to Google was out there looking for projects because they do a lot of pro bono work for others. And we submitted a number of projects, and the one that was selected was our service eligibility calculator. And so they were wonderful. They selected us. Many thanks to Yvette for putting the application together, and we were selected for this fellowship opportunity. So there were full-time company Google experts who were providing their talents for the city, and they worked with our staff members and helped to create the service eligibility calculator. On March 31st, the fellowship concluded, and the tool, which is now called Boulder for Me, has been turned over to the city for ongoing use and management. And we really want to thank Google for the great work that they did and for working so well with us and really coming up with a great application for our residents. In the weeks to come, our staff is going to be looking at an opportune time to soft launch the calculator for general public use. One of the issues about this is that we have not been able to do it yet because of the pandemic and the emergency response that we're currently in. We need staff members from both Housing and Human Services and Innovation and Technology to help us launch this calculator. And as you know only too well, they've been very busy in other matters, but we're going to try to start the soft launch in a couple of weeks. And then what we hope is that people will have a chance to use it. And then finally, a time will come when we get to have in-person meetings, and we want to invite the Google Fellows to come to our City Council meeting in the future to thank them for the great work that they did. So either Yvette or I can answer any questions you might have about it.
Thanks, Jane. Junie has her hand up.
Thank you, Bob. Jane, my question doesn't pertain to this particular presentation itself, but I wasn't ready to ask or make the comment that I wanted to make earlier. And it's about the census. And it relates to the previous comment that was made about if we want updates. And I have read somewhere most recently that Colorado, 58% of the population, of the entire population, already submitted their responses for the census. And I wanted to know, as a community, where are we? And if you can provide us an update on that for the next council.
Yeah, absolutely. We do have that data available. Like you, I think I saw it like a week ago. So things might be different. They probably are today. So we will provide that next week.
Thank you.
Sure.
Mary has her hand up.
Thank you, Jane, for that update. I just had a question about the name and if there's the name of the app, Boulder for Me, and if there were any, there was any openness for a suggestion for a name change.
I think we are always open for suggestions.
Well, how about Boulder for Us?
Ah, that sounds wonderful. Yeah.
So just a suggestion.
Yeah.
That's great, Mary. Thank you so much for that. I don't see any other hands up. If no one else has questions for Jane on Boulder for Us, let's move on to a couple presentations from our Planning and Development Services folks.
So the next presentations will be handled by Charles Farrow. So I'm just going to turn it over to Charles. And I think he does have, some slides. So Charles.
Thanks again, Jane. Good evening again, Council. Charles Farrow, Development Review Manager in Planning and Development Services. This evening, I'll be providing you with some updates on our department's response to COVID-19 and its impacts on our strategic planning process, as well as just some information on our overall service delivery at this point. And my slide isn't advancing, Chris. Great, thanks. So as many of you know, PNDS embarked on a strategic planning process in October of 2019 with Team Tipton. The Design the Future Process 1.0 teams formed recommendations on foundational issues identified in the Insights and Implications report. And in March, those recommendations were formally adopted. The complete set has been included in your packet this evening. However, I wanted to provide a high-level summary of the recommendations from the 1.0 team related to the business model and talk a bit about how the 2.0 process will move forward. Next.
Charles, do you need Chris to advance the slide?
I believe so. Great. So one of the main focuses of the 1.0 recommendations was regarding our business model, specifically to create a business model that addresses services from start to finish, that really embraces consistency throughout the entire process. Next. Oh man. Okay, we've lost our place here. We should be on slide 3. Great. Okay. So the second major tenet of the 1.0 recommendation is to implement the new business model and redesign business process that will standardize and streamline processes and procedures, clarify roles, responsibilities, and decision-making authority for each position, establish key performance indicators, adopt decision-making models, increase rigor and discipline and records management, meeting efficiency, and capacity management. And I think this kind of hits at the heart of what we hear from our customers and improvements that they would also like to see in the services center. And this work is going to involve some pretty significant upgrades to our software tools utilized by PDS that can help support electronic plans review. Next slide, please. Excellent. So the Design the Future 2.0 process kicked off earlier this month. The work of the 2.0 teams is focused on how, when, and who. Next, please.
And Charles, you should be able to click yourself.
You know, I am trying, Chris, and oh, for some reason I can now. Excellent.
There's just a little bit of a delay, so just go slow.
Gotcha. Okay. So it is really focused on developing detailed recommendations for implementation and execution of the resulting strategic plan. So that said, as we've heard this evening, the evolving COVID-19 pandemic has presented unique challenges to the city's budget. Organizationally, we continue to reduce expenses while we gain a better understanding of the economic impacts on our revenues. So with that said, Team Tipton will continue to facilitate work in 3 focus areas with 3 teams instead of the 8 identified focus areas in the 1.0 recommendations. The 3 focus areas are essential to operational excellence and will continue to develop specific recommendations and explore ideas that are feasible under the city's current financial context. These items include Planning and Development Services Center business model, improvements to InterGov, which is our records management software, and then Public Works support services. Due to the uncertainty regarding future revenues, Team Tipton facilitation of the following Design the Future 2.0 teams will be paused. Further discussion is needed around whether these teams will pause for an extended period of time or whether we can use in-house resources to facilitate a staff-led process in the near future. So we'll be discussing the potential next steps with these teams over the next few weeks. But the remainder of these were Public Works operation and maintenance, project management office, psychological safety, and then the organization of our GIS team. So for those who may not be familiar with our work, I wanted to take a few minutes to talk about what work groups comprise PNDS and the services that we deliver. PNDS is comprised of an administrative services team, development review planning, development review engineering, and floodplain development management, our building division, code enforcement, licensing, comprehensive planning, historic preservation, and zoning administration. So as you can see, PNDS is made up of several work groups that coordinate regularly to deliver an array of services. And that's everything from a simple fence permit or a rental license to an area planning effort or a development entitlement. Our front counter team handles a high volume of walk-in traffic and works closely with our customers daily. Our PNDS Services Center serves as our central intake point for all application types and serves as the nucleus of all things that are related to permitting, planning, and development in Boulder. So based on protocols set in place by the CDC, the Services Center was closed on March 16th, 2020, along with many other city facilities. and PNDS staff is largely considered non-essential and has been required telework until the facilities reopen. Most of PNDS's services have remained available even when the services center was physically closed. And while many of the services offered by PNDS were already available online, a few critical processes were not, namely the ability to receive and review building permits and land use review applications digitally. So recognizing the critical importance of these services, an interdisciplinary staff team immediately began devising a system for electronic submittals and online plans review. By March 20th, the system was up and running, and as of yesterday, we've received 265 electronic applications. Next, we needed to address the applicants who had already had hard copy paper plans in a review process. A message was sent to customers via our application management software, and then 2 members of our team personally called over 60 individual applicants to encourage them to upload their documents in order to keep their applications in review. So between the initial closure on March 16th and the go live date for electronic plan submittal on March 20th, staff reviewed as many hard copy plans remotely as humanly possible. Physical plans were exchanged via a choreographed set of plan swaps among staff to keep building permit review moving. Upon closure, all inspection types, with the exception of critically damaged occupied structures or damaged utilities, were initially suspended. By April 2nd, with guidance from the state and coordinating with other jurisdictions, a staff team developed a system for virtual inspections, the use of third-party inspectors, and a system for physical building inspection for unoccupied structures. I'd also note that landscape, zoning, right-of-way inspections are all available at this time as well. And throughout the process, we've been updating our website almost daily and communicating regularly with our customers. We have some really detailed instructions for how to upload your plans. So we're trying to do our best to get the best available information out in real time. So as far as building permit activity goes, as of April 13th, which was yesterday, the table illustrates our current activity. These numbers were updated from those that were in the memo to reflect where we are as of yesterday. So the column on the far right shows activity for the month of February before the COVID-19 outbreak. And the middle column shows the activity, like I said, from the date of closure to yesterday. So for the most part, this is simply illustrative, and I think it really reflects the initial interruption from the closure. But I think the interesting thing is that the increase in completed reviews, if you notice, 473 up from 369. And I think that can be attributed to a goal that was set by staff in mid-April to improve review times by 1 week. I'm sorry, a goal that was set in mid-March to improve review times by 1 week by mid-April. And so I'm happy to report that as of yesterday, we've accomplished that goal. Similarly, I think the inspection data is illustrative and I think indicates that there was an initial interruption until we could understand our capabilities for virtual inspection. We have been focused on completing inspections for the permanently affordable housing providers that are currently under construction right now. The fact that we're now up and running with virtual inspections has increased demand, and from what I understand, there's quite a few requests that are in the hopper, so I would expect that number to increase. So with regard to discretionary review applications and the council work program code changes, all administrative and discretionary review application types are moving forward on schedule at this time. These are application types like ADU applications, site review, use review, so there's currently no applications on hold at this point. We had to cancel 2 planning board hearings recently while we were working out the virtual meeting technology, but the board will resume meeting in May. As indicated in the memo, the suite of council priority code changes, community benefit, which you'll discuss tonight, parking code changes, and phase 2 of the use tables are all moving forward at this time. Working groups have been formed. They'll be meeting virtually later this month, and the use table subcommittee will also continue its work later this month. I think I would note at this point, just based on the information that's been presented this evening, some of these projects have been scoped with consultant support, and we'll continue to monitor our revenues and keep council apprised as to whether changes to scope or schedule will be necessary. And we hope to have more information on that at the study session, on the upcoming study session on the 28th. That said, similarly, work on the East Boulder Subcommunity Plan continues. There was a short pause due to the initial onset of COVID-19. However, the working group will reconvene virtually this month to wrap up their work. Planning Board is scheduled to hear an update on May 21st. This is another project that was initially scoped with consultant support. So similar to the code change projects, we will go ahead and have more information available on the 28th as to whether or not that impacts the scope or schedule. Work on the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan midterm update also continues. Planning Board will review the initial public submittals on May 7th. Similarly, CU South continues on. Issues related to flood mitigation planning will be brought before Open Space Board of Trustees, Water Resources Advisory Board, and the Planning Board in April, May, and June, respectively. And we tentatively have a City Council agenda item scheduled for June 16th. Public engagement also continues via Be Heard Boulder, as well as online public information sessions that will be released. And historic preservation, the program, continues forward. Landmarks Design Review Committee has held 2 online meetings thus far. The Landmarks Design Review Committee will begin meeting online this month as well. So finally, we have a few other key service areas in PNDS that I'd like to mention. Our reception team, our hours of operation for our PNDS phone lines are still open during regular business hours. Primary phone lines coming into PNDS, administrative specialists fielded and triaged 339 calls between March 16th and April 13th. So that's averaging 85 calls a week, meeting our services standard in that area. Licensing, both rental housing licensing and contractor licensing programs are meeting service delivery standards for phone calls, emails, and application reviews. PNDS staff who support rental housing licensing, short and long-term, and contractor licensing have developed some new protocols for receiving applications via email. Customers are then able to pay online, and a full online submittal process is being tested and is expected to go live later in April. And finally, our GIS team working closely, providing support to the Boulder Area Coordination and Management Center, Emergency Operations Center. They're providing mapping and spatial analysis support related to COVID-19 while continuing to serve our internal and external customers. So that is my update, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Now we're going to get into community benefit here in a few minutes, but questions. First question is offered by Mary.
Charles, thank you very much for that update. Really appreciate it. You were in one of the earlier slides, you were referring to the impacts of COVID-19 on some of the phase 2 improvements as a result of the Tipton report, and how some of those, as I understood the slide, was that some of those things would have to be put on hold if not able to be done within the current staff. So one of those I noticed was psychological safety. And is that, did I understand that? And is that something, did psychological safety fall under the category of being put on hold?
Yeah, Mary, it did. It did wind up in the pause category. The group has met, and they're talking about whether or not there's work that can be done at the staff level internally to advance that in the meantime, but it has been put in the pause pile.
Okay, thank you. And then you mentioned the Boulder Valley Comp Plan, and kind of in under the lens of trying to accommodate the work plan in terms of what can be addressed within the staff that we have now. I was curious about the comp plan and what our options are there in terms of do we have to do the midterm update? And if we do the midterm update, what kinds of can it be limited? I know that it's limited, but could it be limited even more? I just wanted to understand the options there.
Well, I don't think that the midterm update is in jeopardy at this point based on furloughs. I think it can move forward. I think there's been already a lot of work done, so it's ready to be moved to planning board for recommendations and then advanced to council.
Okay, thank you. So if I may make a comment about the psychological safety piece, it seems to me that that's something now more than ever. So if there's a way, Jane, that could keep moving forward, I'm not sure if you're planning on any kind of morale tends to kind of get affected from furloughs and layoffs and things like that. So I'm just wondering, for the people that are still working, it's hard on them too. Harder for the people that were furloughed, but it's also hard on the employees that are still there. And so psychological safety seemed like to me like a piece that is still really important. So just a comment.
So I guess I'm going to jump in for a minute. So thank you. Yes, I agree with you. Employee morale definitely suffers during times of decreasing revenues, and especially under the circumstances in which we find ourselves. And so we know full well that those employees that are remaining on the job are going to have to pick up extra work, and they feel really bad about their colleagues. So we are going to try to do what we can to improve that or to bolster it. The other piece, though, about psychological safety is that that's a little bit different than employee morale. And psychological safety is about, do people feel comfortable expressing disagreement with their supervisor? Do they feel comfortable making presentations at city council, things like that? And I think the pause that's being put on it is that the team that is working on developing protocols and guidance is just not able to meet right now. That doesn't mean that we don't care a whole lot about psychological safety. It's super important. But it's about team meetings and time to develop that and sort of taking away, if you will, from delivering direct services to the community right now. So the pause is very temporary, and when things start to open up again and we are able to return to our places of work, that is one of the main things that will be taken up. I think that's what I have said is true, and Charles, can you confirm that I'm right about that or not?
Correct, that was the rationale.
Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Any other questions on this topic before we move to community benefit? Don't see any hands up. We've got two more things to tackle tonight: community benefit, and then the initiative petitions. Charles, are you leading community benefit also?
Actually, I'm going to turn it over to Carl Geiler, who's going to present this evening.
Great, thanks. Carl, you're up.
Okay. Good evening, council members. Carl Geiler, Planning and Development Services. Thanks for the opportunity for us to present to you tonight. We wanted to give you an update on the community benefit project, particularly the phase 2 portion. We've posed some questions for council, and we look forward to your feedback tonight. Some issues with advancing the slide.
Carl, you just need to accept control first, and then you can control the slides. And when you advance, just make sure you give it a second because you'll get a bit of a delay.
Okay. Okay. It says I can control it, but it's not advancing. I have the presentation open on my computer. I could share that screen.
If you want to just go ahead and, unfortunately, you won't be able to share your screen, so you'll just have to tell me next slide.
Okay. Yeah, if you could just open up all the on this slide. Thank you. So these are the questions that we have for council. Does council agree with the project scope for phase 2 with respect to the focus? So the focus is really the community benefits beyond the permanently affordable housing that was put into the code last year. So the approach is to updating the site review criteria. The analysis that we intend to provide to council on Appendix J, which is the map that shows where height modifications can be requested in the city. I'll talk about that later. And then we wanted to get some feedback on the community engagement plan and the timeline. Next slide, please. So much of the community benefit discussion has related to the issue of height. As some council members were not on council during phase 1, I thought we'd go over a little bit of the history real quickly. So prior to 1971, there was actually no height limit in the city of Boulder. But after some of the taller buildings, you know, the ones that were like 100 feet or more were built in the city, a citizen referendum was passed in 1971 that set the 55-foot height limit in the city of Boulder. So making it really clear to everyone, we're not talking about any buildings that would go above that city charter height. So between 1971 and 2015, any buildings that are over the height limit for a particular zoning district, which is usually 35 feet, have to go through a height modification review, and this requires planning board approval, and it's subject to site review. So after a number of taller buildings were approved in some recent years, and the concerns about the designs of those buildings, a temporary ordinance was put into effect in 2015 that created Appendix J, which limits where height modifications can be requested in the city. And as part of the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan update for 2015, some new policies related to community benefit were created, and they were actually put into the plan in 2017. So the Appendix J has been updated a number of times. And then we had this study session in 2018, which I'll talk about a little bit more, leading up to the completion of phase 1 in 2019. Next slide, please. So this is Appendix J as it was adopted in 2015. You can see the new sunset date that was passed by council is now May 31st, 2021. So Appendix J was adopted as an interim measure until the community benefit project was completed. But still some questions about how to modify this or update this or repeal it in the future. So we're asking for some feedback from the council as far as the analysis that council would like to see to make that decision. So you can see the areas in red are those areas that where height modifications can be requested. They're typically areas that are subject to area plans and guidelines where there's already a vision established for the area. And again, this has been updated last year to include Alpine Balsam and the RH3 zones. Please. So following the enaction of this map, the 2015 comp plan was adopted with these new policies on community benefit. So there's 1.11 enhanced community benefit, which you can see lists out some community benefit options to look at. There's 2.35 specifically related to building height, and then there's 7.11 related to permanently affordable housing for additional intensity. And what these policies basically did is that they set up the expectation that community benefit would be a part of any request for increased height, density, or floor area in the city. So that wasn't the case prior to this. It was really only annexations where community benefit was required. So that set the stage for some of the code changes that we're working on now. Next slide, please. So the project commenced, the community benefit project commenced in 2018. We had a study session with council in August of 2018, where we presented the why statement, the purpose statement, as well as the goals and objectives, and council agreed with these founding principles. Next slide. In that meeting, we also talked about a broad range of community benefits that you see up on the slide. Council had requested that we move forward in analyzing all of these options. If you put that text on the bottom. In April of 2019, if you could advance one. Yeah. In April 2019, council requested that phase 1 be created with a focus on permanently affordable housing, and that's what we've been working on. Next slide. So phase 1 was completed in October 29th, 2019, where Ordinance 8359 was adopted by council. It included new affordable housing requirements that apply to any what we call bonus floor area that was above by right requirements, and that would apply to on-site affordable units as well as in lieu fee options. Appendix J was amended to extend the date to May 31st, 2021, and the other changes like I talked about RH3 and Alpine Balsam. There was also another community benefit added as part of that, as part of the options that would allow an applicant to make a request if there was any critical need for city facilities like police and fire facilities to be justification for a community benefit project. Next slide, please. So this just illustrates what we're talking about as far as height bonuses. Typically a 3-story building is common in the city of Boulder, but anything above that would require a height modification. This shows that any area in orange shown on the left and no taller than 55 feet would be a height, and that determines what requirements they would have to meet. In some cases, there were some FAR, floor area ratio bonuses permitted in some zones because it was difficult to build to that level. And that would also be considered bonus floor area. Next slide, please. So now I'll talk about the phase 2 project scope. What we're really looking at for other options for community benefit are the 4 that you see on the left. Below market rate commercial, space for the arts, human services, and we're also looking at net zero buildings. So the first 3 are really somewhat interrelated in that they're all linked to the high rent that exists in the city of Boulder. Attachment B, we have included a report about affordable space and what other cities are doing to address that. So if we could somehow address those 3 the same way that we applied the restrictive covenant to the 30 Pearl project in Boulder Junction, we felt that those 3 could be addressed through that process. And we've attached a restrictive covenant for review in attachment C. And then we also have net zero buildings on that list as we have been working with our energy staff on potential requirements for taller buildings that would apply for net zero. So the other component of this is the site review criteria updates. We've heard in recent years some criticism of the site review criteria in that they can be somewhat subjective in some cases. And really the latest version of the site review criteria were adopted in 1984. And since that time, there's been a lot of add-ons to the criteria. We're up to well over 40 criteria. Some of them are somewhat redundant. So we've been working on ways to make the criteria more consistent with and policies with respect to energy and resiliency, the goals of trying to get higher quality design outcomes, really trying to get more clarity and simplicity in the site review criteria, and also enhanced predictability. We'll be working with a number of folks on ideas for those types of changes. We've also been asked to look at view protection. There is an existing criteria in site review criteria related to views, and we wanted to focus that more on important public views, some like we did on the form-based code. We're identifying some key areas in the city that where some views of the mountains should be protected. So that's the path that we're looking at for those projects. Next slide, please. So the next part of the project scope is just, again, coming back to Appendix J. We're intending to provide council with a zone by zone analysis of a pros and cons of applying height modifications to different areas of the city to help the council make a decision on whether to amend Appendix J come completion of the project, remove it entirely, or maintain the current Appendix J. So we wanted to get some feedback from the council on that. The community engagement plan is included in attachment A. It has the timeline of the project that we had prepared really kind of before the COVID crisis. So I just wanted to point out that obviously may have some impact on this project. But what we intend to do is we were moving into a phase of outreach right now. But with this crisis, we're really kind of shifting to a more online format by putting updates on the web and some handouts and materials ways for people to provide comment. We're going to be using Be Heard Boulder to ask some questions. We do intend to move forward with some stakeholder groups to do some online using Microsoft Teams to get some input on the project through that means. And to just kind of move forward as much as we can on that and develop options and bring that back to council. The ultimate goal is to complete the project by the sunset date of next year, which would be May 31st, 2021. Slide. So that brings us back to the questions that we have for council. So that completes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions or comments for Carl? We've got so far Mirabai, followed by Mary, followed by Mark. Mirabai, you're up. And then Aaron.
Thanks so much for the presentation. Can I just, sorry, get a clarification? I apologize if you said this or if it was in the memo. So on the last, second to last point, whether or not to eliminate or modify Appendix J, if we were to eliminate Appendix J, would that then open up height modifications all across Boulder? Or is Appendix J, my understanding is Appendix J is what's requesting the 55-foot limit in just those places. And my understanding is if we got rid of it, it would open it up across Boulder. Is that correct?
That is correct, unless there were some criteria that were put into the site review criteria that indicated it wasn't permitted in certain zones or areas.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. I just needed that clarification.
Mary, then followed by Mark.
So thank you, Carl, for that presentation. I just had a question, just clarification. The community benefit phase 2 is completely separate from updating the site review criteria. Is that correct?
They're actually part of the same project. Considering that with part of phase 1 was adding new criteria to the site review criteria related to community benefit, we intend to add new criteria in that same area. So it was all packaged together as one project.
But the way I understood the site review criteria changes was to provide the predictability was one of the big things, and to make it a little less subjective or a lot more objective and predictable. So the changes that would be made to the site review criteria only be the ones that might be added if the community benefit phase 2 project went forward?
I think it's a little bit broader than just the community benefits piece. Like the question shows, we're looking at all of the criteria holistically to try to improve them and remove redundancy, maybe try to get a little bit more prescriptive requirements in it, in the similar to like the form-based code, black and white type standards versus the kind of gray area standards that we have.
Okay. All right. And then, but Appendix J was definitely tied to the completion of the community benefits.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Mary. We've got Mark, Adam, and then Aaron.
Yeah, I'm speaking more in the way of comments than questions. I think in terms of this project, there are 3 or 4 areas that I'm very concerned with. One is I'd like to see this to be a focused project. So for me, the great needs of the community are affordable housing and affordable commercial space, and in that category, I include space for nonprofits, art organizations, et cetera. We are told all the time that these are the great priorities of our town, and I think if we're going to go down this route of community benefit, we ought to keep it focused on those areas and actually get some significant benefits out of it. My second major concern as we move forward is understanding the adequacy of the consideration. If you look at that diagram a couple of slides ago, it looks like to go up to 55 feet, in a general sense, we're affording a developer about a 40% increase in FAR. And if we're going to give them that bonus, we ought to get something substantial in return. That's another reason why I tend to shy away from some of the less concrete, less quantifiable ways of measuring community benefit. Third, I want to make sure that we have good enforcement mechanisms in place so that we don't end up with another daily camera building. And last, I guess, the issue is whether we ought to be engaging in this at the moment when we have no idea what the market for these kinds of projects is going to look like in the post-COVID world. We don't know what kind of financing is going to be available. We don't know what kind of demand for the upscale housing that drives these projects is going to be in existence. And I think it's really an issue as to whether or not we're being a little premature with making too many decisions on the project. But assuming we do, I want to focus on a narrow focus of what constitutes a community benefit and a quantifiable focus, the adequacy of the consideration that we're getting in exchange for the height bonus, and mechanisms that ensure that we don't end up with another daily camera building. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. I've got Adam, Aaron, and then if Junie and Rachel don't have comments, I'm going to slip myself in there.
Thanks, Carl. So my comments mostly mirror Mark's. He released a really good post on Hotline, a well thought out post that captured a whole lot of my own thoughts in a way better way that I could have ever done. So thanks for that, Mark. And I just wanted to point out specifically the simplicity really matters in my mind, simply because if you can make it quantifiable, easily quantifiable, then there isn't going to be a whole lot of argument down the road. And even developers are asking for as simple a process as possible, just so there aren't any, questions along the way or things that come up after the fact. And I think that's really important. So the other thing is the net zero aspect. It seems to me that most people who can still afford to develop at this point are really interested in doing net zero buildings themselves. And so sort of making that a thing that they can trade additional space for isn't necessarily as enticing for the community as some of the other potential things like affordable commercial or space for artists and human services, things along those lines. So I also agree with Mark in that, but I wanted to point that out specifically.
Thanks, Adam. We've got Aaron, Junie, Rachel, and Bob.
Great. Thanks for this, Carl. I'm glad to see this moving forward, as I do think this phase 2 piece is important to give us some different options for things that the community is really in need of. I think I agree with Mark and Adam about that the net zero building isn't maybe what should rise to the very top of the list here. Our codes are moving in the direction of net zero anyway, and I think the more of a focus on affordable housing, affordable commercial space, and space for the arts and nonprofits and human services, I would probably stick to those areas. I do want to emphasize the arts spaces, and just to say that there are different kinds of that. Like, to some extent, that can be office space for arts organizations. So where that could fall under like a nonprofit space for nonprofits, but arts focus in particular. But then also things that are unique to the arts, like studio space for artists, or rehearsal or performing spaces. And so I want to make sure that we capture kind of the variety of needs that our community has. Like, I know we're desperate for some mid-sized performing spaces for theater and music and other art forms. So I want to make sure that, and like that might be a really large community benefit. Like if a project came in with, you know, a 400-person concert hall, that would be a pretty extraordinary benefit to the community. So I want to make sure we're thinking about all the total variety of the arts as a community benefit. I do absolutely support updating the site review criteria. You know, I think we should minimize and mitigate the ambiguity in those criteria as much as possible. That was a little joke. I see Mary got it. So yeah, as you well know, this is something we've been talking about for years. So happy to see that moving forward. And then I agree with your giving us more information about modifying the Appendix J map and giving us different options there. Because I think as we add in the full suite of community benefits that we're interested in seeing, then I think we want to make sure that there's more than just a very small number of targeted areas that you could then give the community benefits in. So I would look forward to staff's analysis on what the next phases on that might look like. So sounds like you guys are on the right track. Thanks for the work you're doing.
Thank you.
Junie, Rachel, and Bob.
Thank you for this presentation. And I think for me, when I think of, you know, this discussion that we're having, of course, the council members who've been around for a long time and gone through the process understand it better and understanding the changes and the gap in between. But for me, what I wanted to add is that, you know, we had prior regulation in place, right? And we should not use and have more stringent policies. And I hear Mark, when he talked about the adequacy of the consideration, but nonetheless, we should not curtail or opportunity to have more affordable housing. So I think for me is no matter the decisions that we, no matter how you decide to look at it, just ensure that we're not having less affordable housing. So it should be an opportunity that creates more affordable housing for the community.
Thanks, Junie. I've got Rachel, and then Mirabai's got her hand up. Rachel, are you on mute?
I don't know. Am I good now?
You're good now.
Yay. I said, Carl, thank you for that. It's very nice to see you.
Seeing you.
Thanks. And I know that this is very new and just implemented, but do we have any data from phase 1 yet? Is anybody, are we getting any additional affordable housing units?
We do not. To my knowledge, I don't know that there's been any applications that have been submitted according to the phase 1 regulations. Do get those, we'll certainly share.
And how long has it been in place?
Really since January, actually. Okay. Into effect January 1st.
Okay. And you mentioned that it was both cash in lieu and on-site. I was thinking for some reason that phase 1 was limited to on-site for the benefit. Do I have that wrong?
Yeah, basically if they do provide market rate units on site, there's a requirement that 50% of them be permanently affordable or have to be on site. But yeah, it can be a number of options of on site and in lieu.
Okay, thanks. And just my comment would be that I think that it's already very hard for most entities and individuals to exist in Boulder due to our cost of living, and I think that's only going to get worse. It's never going to have been more difficult than in 3 months and 6 months and 12 months. So I favor us doing all that we can on all fronts. So I wouldn't limit the community benefit to affordable housing. I would be more robust and go back to the categories that already exist. Because we are getting, as a city, crushed fiscally, and we probably will want to generate the income and the community benefits that come from the development. So I think we should be mindful of that. Thanks.
Mirabai, back to you.
I just wanted to give my input, as I hadn't done that when I was clarifying. So I would tend to lean towards what Adam and Mark said, and I think Mark did say it very eloquently. The one thing I really would like to say is that, again, after what we're experiencing now with COVID, I would love to see us really strongly focus on affordable commercial space for small businesses. I have a feeling that we're going to be missing many, many small businesses after this event, which is going to be heartbreaking because we've lost so many already. And so to what we can do to support that, I would love to see that happen. So.
Great, I'll jump in. I'll just agree with Mirabai there. And I think, we talked about below market rate commercial and space for the arts and human services as three different things, but I really see them as really being all the same thing. Below market rate for small businesses, for arts, and for human services. And I think that's really one bundle. And I agree with some of the comments that were made about net zero buildings. I would deprioritize that. I'm not too sure this is the right tool. I think we want net zero buildings and we want to incentivize them, but I don't know if adding 2 floors is the right incentive. I think there's probably other tools available to us. I think Mary was heading down the right track on to the extent we can separate community benefit and the work that's going to be required here from the site review criteria. I do think it's important to get that site review criteria simplified as quickly as possible. And if that can be decoupled to some extent from the community benefit part of it, I would really encourage that. And I do want to echo what Mark and I think a few other people said about the timeline on this. I'm not super fussed about the timeline, and I am concerned about staff workload and all the projects you just mentioned in the prior presentation, or that Charles did. And if you guys think you've got the bandwidth to do everything you're doing, that's great. But if you don't, I would be personally be okay if this slipped a little bit. I know we have the May 21 data up, but I tell you, we've had this in place since I think before I got in council in 2015. So I'm not sure a few months is going to matter one way or the other. And so to the extent that you guys are under some stress and the engagement, it takes longer than you think it might need, or you just generally need more time to work on all the other projects that Charles went through. This one I think can slide a little bit, especially if we can decouple it from the site review criteria improvements, get that done quickly, and then get to this when you can. Focusing on those areas, it sounds like there was a lot of consensus around the areas of focus. So that's what I would have to say. I see Mary's got her hand up, and then Aaron.
So, so I would say that I agree with Bob, but additionally, when I think about what the affordable commercial is about and the retail study that we were looking about and the survey that Yvette is looking at and the information that we're going to get back, I think a lot of what was in the assumptions for this project are kind of backward looking. And correct me if I'm wrong, Carl, but it seems to me that it was backward looking. Right now we're in a temporary normal, and we're going to be going into a transitional normal on our way to a new normal. And we don't know what that new normal is going to be like. But as Mirabai was saying, that we're going to have a loss of small businesses, and I already see vacant commercial spaces. So I'm wondering if building more commercial spaces is even going to be something that's going to be happening, or what's going to be happening. Retail itself is changing. So I guess I would want to wait on it a little bit till we have more information, because I think to keep going down the path with the looking backward kind of assumptions that we would make moving forward would be a sort of a misinformed way to move forward, because things are going to change and there are going to be some permanent impacts as a result of this. And so until we know more, I'm not so sure that this is the thing, a road to be moving down. And I find that difficult to say because I've been advocating for community benefit for over 10 years. So I don't take this lightly. But I do think that at this point, we don't have, as Mark was also alluding to, we don't know what things are going to look like. So I would say that if we let it slide, I'd be okay with that.
We have hands raised by Aaron, followed by Mark.
Well, I'll just offer a little bit of a contrast to this last couple of statements. That, I mean, I think we don't know where things are going to go, right? I mean, things are changing rapidly. We don't know where we're going to be as a city when it's all over, and what things will look like afterwards. But it seems like with this project, we're providing additional flexibility. We're not freezing anything in stone. We're saying, you know, here are some options for providing community benefit in a new project. And so I think it would most likely only be helpful. And maybe it's kind of ends up pointing in the wrong direction. We need to go back and revise some things in it. But if we, you know, in a very difficult economic environment, provide some options for a project to move forward in a way that also provides us with some desperately needed below market commercial space that could help some of our small businesses. I mean, I think that's most likely going to be a useful thing to do. So, well, I think to Bob's point about decoupling the site review criteria, I think that could make some sense potentially, but I would probably prioritize the community benefit project because I think it offers more potential to be helpful to the city in the shorter term. So I would encourage us to keep moving forward on it.
Mark, followed by Mirabai.
Just quickly, I would agree with both you, Bob and Mary, on your comments about possibly letting it slide. You know, for the next couple of years, all commercial space may end up being affordable depending upon the impacts of this calamity. It may not be very difficult to get commercial space at the rate that you want if you're a paying tenant for the next couple of years, or possibly not. But I think we need to see and understand before we spend a lot of time on this particular project. Just my view.
Thanks, Mirabai.
I was just going to jump in on that vote and say that I would agree with the Mary, Bob, and Mark.
Okay, let's see. We have maybe a little bit of a split on process, I guess, is what I would summarize it as, and I can't really count noses other than to get a sense that we're about equally split. I've heard 4-ish or maybe 5-ish people say they'd be okay with slowing down on community benefit part of the prospect for various reasons. Others have said, let's keep going. Carl, have we given you sufficiently confusing instructions that you don't know what to do, or do you want to ask some questions of us?
No, I feel like everything I'm hearing is very helpful. I understand all the range of comments. I had the same concern today thinking about this project, about how this new world we're in might affect spaces and whether, you know, ultimately we're going to have to do some sort of market study or economic study like we did before to weigh the community benefits against each other and to address the concerns that Mark brought up about, you know, below market rate commercial versus permanently affordable housing. I think maybe when we have those conversations with the consultant, they might be able to advise whether it's a good idea to do those analyses based on where we are when we have that conversation. I think we just have to understand that things are changing every week, and I think we just have to kind of move forward and see how we feel about it. And if it seems like things are correcting and we get kind of back to some level of normalcy, that maybe it might be okay to move forward with it, but we might find that that's not the case. And I think we just have to take it week by week. So I think your input is helpful.
Could Chris or Carl move back one slide into your timetable? So I'm just going to throw a suggestion out there since we're, I mean, it's not surprising that we're struggling with what the right thing to do is because none of us knows what the future is going to look like. Does it make sense? I'm just going to throw this out to council to ask Carl and the team to come back and check in with us, and maybe Carl, you'll tell us 2 or 3 months. I see you're going to do some focus groups here in the second quarter anyway, and then come back to us maybe in the third quarter at some point in time and check in, and we may have a little bit better visibility about what the world looks like in 2 or 3 months, and maybe we can have another one of these kind of debriefs, and based upon what we're seeing, council may move in one direction or the other. We may say full speed ahead, or we may say, oh, it's even worse than we thought back in April, and let's slow this thing down. So I'm just going to throw that out there as maybe just a check-in, unless you need something very specific from us between now and call it 2 or 3 or 4 months from now, Carl.
We had already intended to come back to council either through a study session or check-in in the third quarter to get input on options. So we'll plan on that.
I see Mary and Mark might have comments on that.
Yeah, I have a question for Carl. Just is the site review criteria something that could just keep moving forward as we kind of wait to see how the world looks in a few months?
I mean, I totally think that it could be decoupled. If we see a lot of advancement of ideas of changing the site review criteria, and there's uncertainty on the community benefit piece, we can certainly bring forward the site review criteria change independently.
Okay. Yeah, I think that might make sense. Go ahead.
But I think ultimately it would be helpful to have some direction from council just on our work program as a whole. And I'm wondering if maybe we could talk about the priorities on the 28th when we're talking about the budget.
We can. It's going to be a pretty full meeting, but we'll let you negotiate that with Jane and Cheryl.
Okay.
Mark had a comment.
Just to say, Bob, I thought your suggestion was a good one. I would be very supportive.
Okay. Do you guys need in planning development services anything more from us tonight? Is this give you? I know we were a little bit split on speed and it doesn't sound like anyone disagrees with your direction. It's just more of a speed and process question, and maybe the best thing to do is just check back in with us in a couple, 2-3 months.
Yeah, I think that's fine, and that's what we had planned to do anyway. So I think that works for us tonight.
Okay. Anybody on council have anything more to say, or raise your hand, speak now? Okay, great. Thanks, guys. That was helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Lynette reminded me that I messed up, and I should have asked you all for an amendment to the agenda, so I'm going to ask for that now. CAC suggested yesterday that we add a new item 3B, which was not on the originally published agenda. So it's just a process thing, which we'll get to in a second at the very end of the meeting. Can I have a motion? You just shout it out or raise your hand. A motion in a second to amend the agenda, adding an item 3B. I've got a motion from Mirabai, and who had the second?
No, Mirabai had the second.
Rachel had the motion.
Okay.
So Bob, I'm sorry, can you say what that item 3B is, please?
Sure. What item 3B is as we have done it with our study sessions, our 2 study sessions in April, including tonight's meeting, it's not calling incremental meetings, it's just converting study sessions into special meetings in case we need to pass anything quickly by way of ordinance in reaction to the COVID crisis. It's not proposing to change the content of the meetings, and it would be very much like tonight's meeting, where it was kind of study session-ish, but still we would notice them as meetings. So if we need to pass an ordinance, we can do that. That's really, it's just conversion of the May 12, May 26, and June 9 study sessions into meetings like we did tonight. This is not a motion to do that. This is a motion to amend the agenda. Is anyone opposed to amending the agenda, adding that item? I'm not seeing anybody raising their hands in opposition, so we'll assume that that's good. So let's go to 3A and then we'll wrap it up with that last topic. Tom, I think you're going to take 3A on initiative petition discussion.
Yeah, CAC asked me to provide a brief presentation just so you have the facts to tee up your discussion. So Chris, can you put up that presentation? There you go. There you go. So there are 3 filed petitions that have been approved by the clerk's office. They are legal representation for evictions, reallocation of the utility occupation tax, and occupancy limits. And I'll go through them briefly. So the legal representation of for evictions, this would be the ballot measure question. It basically provides for legal representation for folks threatened with eviction.
Tom, can I ask a question on that before you move off, just specifically with this one? Is there a funding mechanism for this one? In other words, does this request that the city provide and pay for a lawyer? And is there a way to pay for the city to pay for that lawyer? The
initiative provides for a $75 per license fee on rental licenses with some exemptions for low affordable housing.
And that doesn't have to be in the language itself, the question?
It's in the ballot measure. This is just the ballot question.
I see. Okay, thanks. Rachel, you have a question on this one? You have your hand up.
Yeah, does that $70, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I'm a little worried now, or unmute button worried. Does that ballot measure $70 per unit also cover the city's cost for hiring a staff member?
So it's supposed to cover the costs of this. I have not done an analysis on whether it would. And remember, tonight we're not talking about the merits of these things. The idea is that you will establish criteria to demonstrate whether or not council should put these on the ballot themselves. How you make that decision later is up to you.
Okay, I was just confused by whether that dollars covered both the attorneys and the staff or not. So
it's supposed to cover
both.
Attorneys and staff, as I understand it, yes.
Okay, thanks.
Sounds like, I know we're not going to get into, we probably can't help ourselves because we're curious. Adam has a question on this one also.
Sure.
Yeah, this isn't a merit thing. This is a legal question. Could that $75 be challenged in any way due to Tabor?
No, I don't think so, Adam. It's a fee. It's structured as a fee.
Okay.
You could.
I just don't know what qualifies as technically a fee versus technically a tax personally.
Well, so that's a good question. The Colorado Supreme Court's had several discussions about that. I think that it probably would be upheld. The most recent case involved the Aspen bag fee. You could have a challenge that it's not tied to the services that the rental license folks are getting, but I think it would probably survive any challenge.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Tom.
Okay. Okay. One more there. Reallocation of the utility occupation tax. This is the measure that Patrick Murphy has spoken about several times. The idea is it would take the utility occupation tax, which is currently used to fund the exploration and creation of electric utility, and reallocate it to solar incentives, wind incentives, renewable energy certificates, and programs that promote energy use. This would be I would say this was a Tabor measure. The third one, those are both initiatives that would create people's ordinances. This third one is an amendment to the charter. This is the one you've seen some emails about that would require that no occupancy limit be less than the number of bedrooms plus one, or allowing housing use with fewer than 4 bedrooms to hold 4 people. So those are the three that have been approved. So here are the signatures required in the deadline. The first two are both amendments to the code. So they're governed by the charter amendment that was passed 2 years ago. And the number of signatures required is 10% of the average of the number of registered voters who voted in the last two municipal candidate elections. So this year, that number would be 3,336. Under our charter, the deadline for those measures is June 5th. You cannot change that deadline. So if they don't have the signatures in by June 5th, they do not automatically qualify for the ballot. As I said, the occupancy limits measure is a charter amendment that's governed by state law. The state law requires that they get 5% of the number of registered voters in the city. That number we've calculated to be 4,048. Under the state law, the deadline for that is August 5th.
Mary has a question.
Sure.
Yeah, Tom, would we have to have an ordinance to table signatures? So in other words, if we said you can finish collecting by next June 5th.
So I don't think you could do that, Mary.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of this is governed by the charter, and I've got some charter language coming up in the slides, but they control the process. If they submit sufficient signatures, you have no choice but to put it on the ballot. So if they don't make it, you have the authority to put it on your ballot yourself as a council originated measure, but I don't think you could say, well, we're just going to put this off till next year under our charter.
Or can they, the question I guess is, can they take the signatures that they've collected so far and resubmit them, finish collecting? No, they can't do that.
No, okay. They have to be collected within 180 days of submission under the charter.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So this is the charter section that sort of complicates things. This is section 38, or it sets out, it complicates, it sets out things. As you can see, it refers to paper signatures, the circulator making an affidavit, the signature appended, this genuine signature that was taken in front of the person. There's also a state law that requires that that signature collectors certify that they witness the signature. We do have that subsection B that allows for electronic petitions and online signing, but that would require a code amendment. So I've looked around a little bit to see what other people have done, and this list is not exhaustive. This is just what I found with a little bit of looking. Michigan LGBTQ non-discrimination initiative is using electronic signatures, although that's been specifically authorized. Washington, D.C. delayed the start of signature gathering period, which I don't think we can do under our charter. The Colorado 22-week abortion ban was allowed 15 days after the end of the state emergency order ends to gather signatures by a district court judge in Denver. For Utah local ballot initiatives, the governor has issued an order allowing signature collection through fax and email. In San Diego, the clerk extended the deadline for submission from April 8th to May 1st. Again, somewhat challenging here since our deadline is set by the charter. And Oklahoma told the signature gathering period until the state emergency order is lifted. Petitioners will have 90 days to collect signatures, which again would be challenging under our charter. So the time to gather signatures. So I created this little chart that just shows you what dates things were approved, the original deadline, the number of days they originally had, the days they had prior to March 17th, which was the day the city manager issued the order closing down bars and restaurants and prohibiting gatherings. I just chose that date because it seemed like a date when it wasn't wise to do this, and how many days they will have lost. I have some more slides that have some suggestions from me, but I think it's best if I stop at this point and allow you to have your conversation, and it might move down any need for me to make any suggestions.
Great. Aaron is the first with his hand up.
Thanks for all that, Tom. So if you go back to the previous slide in terms of what other jurisdictions are doing,
yes, sir.
I mean, could we really do any of, I'm not talking to the microphone, how about that? Could we do any of these under our charter? I mean,
so our charter allows us to use electronic signatures. It might violate state law, but there's also a state law that says that all electronic signatures should be treated as paper signatures. So I think there's an argument that if you passed an ordinance that allowed for electronic signatures, you know, sort of the things that we're doing with contracts right now, that you might be able to do that. The rest, I think, are going to be challenging because of the absolute limit in our charter, at least for the two initiatives. I think it's less problematic because the deadline for the charter initiative, the third one, is much later.
okay, so conceivably we could allow electronic signatures. That's one area of flexibility. But I guess we could set essentially any kind of bar that we wanted to for putting these on the ballot ourselves, right? I mean, like if we wanted to amongst ourselves say, well, anyone who can, whatever it is, supply emails from 1,000 people, we'll put it on the ballot. I'm not saying we should do that, but like that would just be a matter of council policy.
Yes, one of the things you could do is say, well, we're going to extend the deadline. So you'll have X number of days after the emergency order is lifted to gather signatures. And as long as you have a final decision by September 1st, you could put it on the ballot. It's due to the county by September 4th. Your last meeting before that is September 1st.
So let me drill into that then, because that's about, you're saying that we could allow them more time to collect signatures, and then it wouldn't automatically go onto the ballot, but we could say, well, and if you do it, then we'll pass an ordinance putting it on the ballot. But, and we wouldn't have a problem with, like, because I think of collecting and validating signatures as a sort of official act related to charter requirements, but we could use all the same methodologies under different time scale if we then implemented with an ordinance.
Yes, I would suggest maybe a resolution where you set out all of those things and without creating an ordinance, but you could do an ordinance as well.
Yeah, I actually meant an ordinance to put it on the ballot, but yeah, some kind of resolution. Okay, that's all very interesting. Thank you for that, Tom.
I've got Adam followed by Rachel.
Tom, I know at least one of these had a number of signatures already before the shutdown happened. Do you have a list of how many signatures each has gathered already, or
no? I don't just anybody submitted any signatures yet. I've seen emails, I think, from the eviction representation folks who say they have 1,600 signatures.
Okay, but that is
what you've seen.
That's just their word right now.
Yeah, and Lynette can confirm, but I don't. Usually, they don't submit the signatures until they're done.
Right.
That's correct.
Okay, Rachel.
Hi again. I just think we should be cautious about making a choice that says when the order is lifted, you can go gather signatures, because I suspect we're still not going to really want people to come into contact with strangers more than necessary for the coming summer months. So I think if we decide that, we may just be right back here revisiting the issue. So just recommend caution there.
Okay. We got Junie.
I think this is really tough. So from what I gather from our discussion, the only real option that is on the table would be allowing online petitioning.
No, I think there are several ways you could do this. You could certainly allow some sort of electronic signature gathering. There's no question about that. You'd need an ordinance to do that. That's what the charter says. But I think there are other options as well that you could explore.
I didn't hear, sorry, the computer breakup. Or
I think there are other options that you could explore, such as deciding whether or not to put it, what sort of support they need to demonstrate for you to put it on the ballot yourselves.
Okay.
Rachel, then Aaron.
That's still my hand raised from the last time.
Okay, Aaron, do you have something new?
I do actually. So are we getting into comments at this point?
Sure. I don't see anybody behind you, so jump right in.
Great. Well, so I guess I'm interested in maybe allowing things to proceed in one fashion or another. I would hate to abandon direct democracy entirely this year. So I mean, I agree with Rachel that I probably wouldn't look at, okay, well, you can collect signatures for a while longer, because my guess is that we're going to want to stay away from strangers approaching strangers and handing them things and getting them back for a good long time here. But I would be interested in exploring other alternatives. I'm not saying to make a decision tonight, but something like permitting electronic signatures, I think that's intriguing and worth looking into. So I would be up for considering something like that so that we could, without trying to, I'm not in any way playing favorites of, I like these two or that one or whatever, but just to allow folks who are working on ballot initiatives to still have a chance to do something this year.
Adam.
Yeah, piggybacking on Aaron, considering we're literally moving towards electronic petitions for ballot initiatives, and the setup just isn't in place yet, I think maybe finding a way to do that and still being able to verify the signatures would be the ideal outcome, especially because we're getting better and better at allowing access to internet throughout the community right now. So that's something that I would like to look at.
I'm going to jump in here and ask a question about that, because I don't think I fully understand the electronic option, Tom. So under the electronic option, council would adopt an ordinance that says something along the lines of, you can submit signatures that were gathered electronically that were not witnessed by the signature gatherer, and you can send those all off to the clerk, and they're still gonna have signatures on them, and the clerk will verify signatures just as she would with paper copies. The only difference is they'll be electronic and they would not be witnessed. Is that correct?
I would add, Bob, that I don't think you can verify them against the voter database, the signatures. You could verify that the person who signed is a registered voter in the city of Boulder, but electronic signatures generally do not mimic the hand signature that's on file with the clerk.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was a little unclear in my question. I guess I was suggesting that I don't know if I like the solution. I'm just trying to understand the solution, that these could actually be hand signatures. That these could actually be people, you know, I not tell the petition folks what to do, but if I was a petition folk and this person, and this was a option, I guess I would send out a PDF of my petition language at the top, and it says, below it says signature, name, address, whatever information is usually gathered in the paper version when they're standing on the mall, and the person who they solicited would print that off and they would sign it just like they did on the mall, and then they would scan it and they would send it back to the gatherer, and then what Lynette would receive is a massive PDF with 1,000 of those. So she would have effectively a piece of paper that was no different than the pieces of paper that you'd otherwise get. The difference is these would not be witnessed.
Yes. Of course, with the sort of technology we're using right now, they could probably be witnessed too, just not in person.
Oh, I see, with videos. Yeah, well, that would be a big complication. And that's something we could do?
Yeah, you'd have to do an ordinance to allow it. And there's some question, as I said, the state law does require the witnessing. So there'd be a question about whether or not we have a home rule authority to ignore that state law.
Okay, well, let's unbundle that a little bit, because I thought, okay, so state law requires witnessing.
Yeah.
And let's say there was no video witnessing. Let's say that all they did is gather these signatures on PDFs and they came back. How confident would we be that our home rule trumps the state requirement of witnessing?
Generally, elections are considered matters of local concern, and particularly on a matter of ordinance, the change to the city code or the city charter. The courts generally give you some deference, but there's is a pretty clear requirement in state law.
How are we going to get around that when we eventually do have the online petitioning?
I think we're going to rely on our home rule authority.
Okay, so the risk is no greater doing these, what I call scanned signatures, than they will be a year from now when we have the online system. It's the same risk on witnessing.
I'd say that's right, Bob. And I'd say that since our charter expressly allows electronic signing, we have a leg up on someone else who doesn't have that language in their charter.
Got it. Rachel, and then Adam.
So I'm just visualizing the process of emailing out PDFs. Like half the time my printer's broken. Like I will sign things on Pearl Street and participate outside grocery stores and things, but I don't know that I would do all the steps to print, scan, and get it back to somebody. So I don't know that that's going to be on par with what we're replacing. So I just have concerns. I don't know if we're significantly reducing the signatures required. And so maybe that's a trade-off, but that sounds cumbersome, and a lot of people who would sign, and especially right now, probably a lot of people used their printers at work or at the library. And so it's going to be, I think, a higher hurdle than it might seem at first blush.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you, Rachel. Actually, I think there's some equity issues there. Not everyone has access to scanners and those types of things. I was just asking questions to make sure I understood, Tom. I'm not necessarily in favor of that, but I wanted to kind of bottom it out. Anything else, Rachel?
Not yet. Thanks.
Not yet. I was thinking not of having somebody physically sign something, but the state law accepts any kind of electronic signature.
Okay.
So you wouldn't have to necessarily sign it. For example, if someone had Adobe, you can click on Adobe, on a thing in Adobe and just say, I'm signing this, and that locks that line. Nobody can change it, and it becomes your signature. And it's usually just your name typed in the spot, but it counts as an electronic signature under state law.
Right. The only downside to that is it'd be easier from a user standpoint, but you wouldn't have the check and balance that we have right now with actual signatures, where we can do random spot testing and see if the person who really clicked is really the person, right?
Yeah, yes and no. We don't actually have the capability to do signature analysis. I mean, we take a look, but I mean, the charter was changed 2 years ago to require that the clerk do something. But at the time, you may recall, there was a discussion about the limited ability of our clerk to do handwriting analysis.
Yeah, I do. Adam, Aaron, and Mary.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get out ahead of some of the potential questions that might come up. And I think in terms of verification and making sure that we don't have people adding names that didn't actually sign it, is if when the signatures are submitted, they could be searchable, just so everyone is ensured that you could go to a website, search the signature list, make sure your name is there or not there. And that is sort of the ability. That way it's open and clear whether or not you got your name on there or didn't get your name on there when it shouldn't have been on there, type of thing. Just a consideration I had.
Okay. Mary.
Never mind. I'm trying to think through this, and my brain's not working fast enough. I'll make a comment, I guess, one comment about setting a threshold, which is not something that I would want to do, because I haven't thought of any way that we could set a threshold without having the criteria be somewhat subjective. So unless somebody has a suggestion about how that might be done. But yeah, these options are sounding kind of cumbersome.
Aaron, I think of Aaron next.
So yeah, when I was thinking about electronic signatures, I was thinking about the kinds of things Tom was talking about, that you can, like, you can legally sign a contract electronically, right? You can get a document signed electronically, send it back, and that counts, right? And so, and we have in our charter that we allow electronic signing. So I would be thinking about allowing something along those lines. And so, you know, we're kind of brainstorming right now, but so maybe a process suggestion would be that I'll just put forward a proposal to see if there's a majority of council interest in having staff investigate, what that might look like and bring us back something. If there is a majority of council interested in allowing initiatives to still move forward this year, because we're not going to figure it all out tonight or solve all the problems tonight, but I would hope to move something forward.
Mirabai.
Just a colloquy off of Aaron, I guess this would be for Jane and Tom. Do the staff have time to do that?
I could get something back to you.
Okay. And yeah, I guess to answer Aaron's question, I'd be interested to see what staff had to say about it.
Rachel, then Mary.
I am interested in moving forward as well. And I would just ask that we try and get it on a pretty fast timeline, because I think a lot of people are working pretty hard on these petitions, and it would be helpful for them to know if it's going to move forward, how it's going to move forward, and how they can be doing whatever they need to do. So hopefully that would happen quickly, would be my vote.
Mary?
So let me make sure I understand. We're not saying that you can't move forward. It's that the distancing is preventing this, right? So, so if people were to come up with a creative way of being able to meet the signature gathering criteria, then they can move forward. I mean, you could put it in a sanitized tube and pass it over. And you could get creative about how you could do that. So we're not saying you can't go out there and gather signatures. Is that correct?
Well, I'd be reluctant to sort of suggest that, considering the state law says we should all be staying at home.
Okay. All right. So that clarifies that. And so no matter what we do, they have to be done by June 5th.
Yes, so for them to have the ability to force it on the ballot, yes. But you have until September 1st or September 4th to decide whether you're going to put something on the ballot.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Aaron, then Judy, and then I'm going to jump in.
No, I'll pass. Go ahead.
Judy.
I think Tom may have already answered my question about whether we want to put something on the ballot in the future. What I would like to know maybe is we've just talked about how many signature has already been collected by each of these different groups. So for instance, you mentioned something about 2,000 from one group and how many from the other group. I think that would be really helpful, because if none of them have already gotten any signature, so then there's nothing lost really. But if most of them have collected more than 2,000 or however, they're so close to it, then maybe, let's say they're close to the 3,000, then I'm not sure if someone is so close to the 3,000, having them going out there and risking everything to get maybe 100 petition more is necessary. So that's what I'm thinking.
So obviously I don't know how many signatures anybody's actually collected. As I said in response to Adam's question, the eviction representation folks have emailed that they've collected around 1,600 or posted that on Twitter. I saw that someplace. The utility occupation tax one was approved on March 8th. The charter amendment on occupancy wasn't approved until March 23rd. That was the same day that the stay-at-home order went into effect. So it's unlikely that they have any signatures at all. The utility occupation one could have few, but there was only a week or so before things started shutting down. So I wouldn't expect they have many, if they have any at all.
Okay, thanks.
The eviction one was approved much earlier, back in January, so they had more time to collect signatures.
I'll call on myself, and I see Rachel's got her hand up. I guess what I'd like to suggest is that we separate because we seem to be talking about two different things here, and I want to make sure we separate them, and I have an opinion on each one. One is whether we can figure out a way for people to do what we're referring to by shorthand as electronic signatures, and I'll come back to that in a second. The other is whether we want to set an expectation with these petition leaders that if they get up to a certain threshold, or they get to the threshold, but it's later than their deadline, that we might we might call their effort good enough and put these matters on the ballot, and we'd have to have a lengthy discussion about what good enough is, whether either by number or by date or by both. I'll just weigh in on that. I'm not really a big fan of that part of it. I'm happy to examine electronic signatures, and I do have some questions to direct to Tom on that. But I'm not. Remember the purpose of this. The purpose of the residents' initiative as a companion to council's right to put things on the ballot is so that there is direct democracy, so that if residents can't convince 5 members of council to put something on the ballot, then they can go off and get signatures. And if there's not 5 people on this council who want to put these things on, I'm not sure that we want to commit that we will put these things on. I mean, it's regrettable that we all find ourselves in this circumstance, but of course, it's also regrettable that 737 employees got notified today that they'll be furloughed, and it's regrettable that we've lost 11 people in the county alone. And so there's a lot of bad stuff, unfortunately, coming out of this. And I don't mean to sound unsympathetic, but I'm not sure that it's a good path for us to go down to start coming up with arbitrary dates or arbitrary numbers, setting people's expectations, and then what if council members change their mind between now and then, or we don't feel like we've considered this deeply enough. So I'm not going to be real thrilled about committing now in April to folks that if they get a certain number of signatures, or they get all the signatures by a certain date, that we will definitely put it on the ballot, because I'm not sure if there's a majority on council who love one or more of these ballot measures, then we should just declare that now, put them on the ballot and be done with it, and then we don't have to have this discussion. But I'm sensing that there may not be 5 votes in favor of any one of these 3, in which case I guess I question why we're going to go down this or attempting to go down this path. I would be interested in having Tom do a little bit more work quickly on the electronic part of it. But here's the big question I have. And I get the fact that it's going to be complicated to have somebody sign a piece of paper and scan it in, and that may not even be equitable. But what is to prevent, I mean, the voter registration lists are public, right? You can see every single one of the voters and what their address is, what party they registered for, and what would prevent, I'm not suggesting that any of the 3 petitioning parties would do this, but what would prevent some other party from simply going through and clicking and signing up 3,000 people using publicly available information? And how would we check that? Because I know, one of the reasons why this online petitioning thing that we're going to launch next year is taking so long is because we're very, very concerned about authentication, and we want this double authentication. It seems to me we'd be kind of throwing that out the window this year and saying, hey, listen, as long as you can click a computer 3,000 times, whether it's you or 3,000 actual people, you're on the ballot. And I'd like to understand, you don't have to answer now, Tom, but what would prevent that from happening?
Yeah, I have some thoughts. One, you'd want to have them certify that they didn't do it, for one. And 2, I was thinking about ways you could check, require a phone number or an email address, and have someone randomly go through and verify that the people actually signed it. Adam's idea about posting the names so that people could check it themselves. I think there are things you could do to reduce the risk. I don't think you can ever eliminate it.
Yeah, I don't understand the checking, because how would you know that your name was put on a petition in the first place? I mean, I'm not sure we could say, all right, everybody in Boulder, go check. Here's a list. Go check to see if you actually signed this.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry to take up so much time, but those are my thoughts. I think I've got Rachel and Mirabai, unless those are stale hand raisings. We're trying to keep up, but
I'm still, yeah, no, mine was new. Sorry again.
Okay.
Tom, what is the last date that you could, I don't know the right word, but get the language approved by the city to start collecting signatures?
Lynette, do you know?
I don't think there really is a last date. They just have to work against the timeline of when it has to be turned in.
Yeah,
Okay, that's
150 days before the election, so that's June 5th.
yeah. Okay, so all I was going to say is that I know of several other organizers who are still working on measures that haven't even been approved. So when we're talking about like if you already got enough, right, if you timed it so that you got enough signatures prior to COVID requiring us to stay home, then you get in, but then people who started later don't. I would have a real problem with that. I think that it needs to be fair to anybody, no matter the timing. And so maybe some people plan to start April 1st and they're waiting to see what the heck we're going to decide. And so I wouldn't do much with the fact that some people started in February and, we're ready to run March 3rd. So that's one thing. And then I'm sure that we can figure out a way as to Bob's concerns. Like, I think there are concerns with paper signatures as well. Like, that's why we have to go through and spot check and verify them. So I think if we have a will, we probably will have a way. And I would hope that we do, because as I said earlier, like, I think this is a time where we need some hope and things that feel good in this world. And this is doing that for a lot of people, and they're working hard, and they're some really valuable ballot measures. So I don't think this is the right year to tinker with democracy. Thanks.
Mirabai, and then Aaron.
So Bob, I was just kind of going off your question because you brought up, should we set a point where if they're close enough, we say, good or not? And I think with the times being what they are and as difficult as this is all going to be, I personally am not comfortable with that. I'd like to stick with the letter of the law of you have to get exactly what, is required either by the state or by us, based on if it was the charter or the other, sorry, blanking right now. And I, again, with what I agreed with on Aaron, if, having Tom looking into this, it would 100% have to be on the grounds of what you just said, Bob, where someone couldn't sit in front of a computer and click it, 3,000 or 4,000 times just to get the answers they want, or, the numbers that they need. So if he's going to look into this, it needs to be as close to tamper-proof as possible.
Mark and Adam.
Yeah, Bob, I share your concern with the security of online procedures, and I share Rachel's concern for the health aspects of going back to paper ballots. So I guess at this point, I'd like to hear a little more of a presentation from Tom on this issue, because I have no idea what to do. I am in a state of total indecision as to how we ought to proceed. So more information would be better.
Adam, then Mary.
Yeah, just in response to your question, Bob, about, finding your name on the list of signatures. And I think that would only take a handful of people, 3, 4, 5, who became aware that their signature is on there without them consenting to that, for it to really put that whole thing under scrutiny. So I don't think it's a super high barrier to ask if we get a few community members, a few dozen, few hundred, to look at the signatures page and verify that they should be on there when they should be, and they aren't on there when they shouldn't be. That's just one hurdle I think is overcomable in this. And the last thing I'll say is speed has everything to do with it right now. So the faster that we can decide this as a council, the better off I think everyone will be.
Great, thanks for that clarification. We've got Mary and then Aaron.
So I'm okay with looking into how we might be able to do this electronically. I think that would be worthwhile. To the second piece, thank you, Bob, for separating it out in two pieces, because that really was helpful to me. And with respect to the second piece about, well, you're close enough, we'll put you on the ballot. That's highly subjective, and that's like we need to follow our own rules. I don't think this is the time where you start to make up new rules, as some at another level of government are doing. I think we need to just stick to our rules. And if people get the signatures, if we figure out how to do it electronically in a way that is 99.9% fraud proof, then that's great. But if they don't get the signatures, I would be very reluctant to say close enough, you get to go. So that's where I'm at.
Aaron.
Yeah, so just the other thing about verification, I think Tom's point was that if we required, along with an electronic signature, someone to supply a phone number and or an email, then somebody could then call some subset of those people or email some subset of them. And I think to Adam's point, if you turned up, if you emailed 100 people and 5 of them said, "What? I didn't put my name on there," then that would be very telling. So I think you get there. Maybe we can just have a final touch, like when we make a decision on this. It sounds like there's probably interest in moving forward with discussing this. Just that maybe we can consider at that time, and get that people don't sound very interested in it, but just the idea of you could set a hard and fast criterion of like, okay, you need to get the exact same number of signatures. They have to be electronic. But it's one additional month beyond the usual deadline. And you could have a very hard and fast kind of, and we don't need to argue that right now. I just want to, maybe we can have a final touch base on it when we come back to this.
Okay, well, that was a good way to summarize it, Aaron. So let me just play back what I think I hear from most, if not all, people. I think people are willing to have Tom do more work and come back to us really, really soon, and we'll talk about when that is, with some ideas on how electronic signatures, I guess is what we're calling it, might work, and whether that's within the existing timeframes or whether it's extended timeframes as a topic for another discussion, as Aaron says. It doesn't sound like, subject to that though, doesn't sound like there's a whole lot of enthusiasm for a good enough solution that spills into July or August. It sounds like there would be a willingness by people to look at electronic signatures, at least within the parameters of the current deadlines. If anyone disagrees with that summary, let me know, raise their hand, and we'll recognize you and you can reframe it. Otherwise, Tom, I think people have articulated accurately that time is of the essence because these folks out there need to know what to do. Would you be able to come back same time next week and present to us?
Yes.
Okay. Well, then CAC will put that on the agenda. And I thought lots of great, clever suggestions on how to avoid electronic fraud. So thanks for everyone's good thinking on that. Aaron, a final thought?
Just, Tom, thank you very much for your willingness. I know things are incredibly busy. So thank you.
Okay, good. Okay, so I hopefully the petition leaders are watching this and they'll give us the grace of one more week to try to figure this out for them. Okay, I think that's it on this one. And then could we have a motion? I think we're almost done here. Could we have a motion, 2 more things, a motion to convert our May 12, May 26, and June 9 study sessions into special meetings?
So moved. Oh, second, Rachel.
Okay, let's try this. I want to try this experiment. I'm looking at the bottom of these, the hand raised thing, is there's little yes check boxes. Let's actually do a vote and see if the checkbox works. So let's cast your votes now, yes or no. Oh, that actually works. Wow, look at that. So Lynette, I don't know if you can see that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Looks like it's unanimous. Great. Oh, that was very cool. Okay, we'll have to use that in the future. That would have come in handy when we were doing boards and commissions last week, huh? One other thing, I'll do meeting debrief in a second. If I can call on Sarah, you guys remember last week we talked about doing some kind of virtual chats with council, and Sarah has moved very, very quickly and has lined up 4 tentative dates, and one of which is this coming week. So Sarah, do you want to speak at least as to the one that's coming up this week and how people can participate in that?
Sure. We're very excited about the event on Thursday. We've gotten confirmation that John Taylor from the Chamber will be able to participate. It's going to be a focus on small businesses, support that we're offering for small business owners during this economically difficult time, as well as the pandemic itself. The session is going to be we're opening up the lines in Zoom from 2 to 3:30. The actual session will be 2:30 to 3:30, but we are going to be on the line about a half an hour early just to support any community members who need a little bit of help navigating Zoom. The idea with each of these sessions is that we'll have a community expert who gives a brief presentation and overview, and then we'll open up in a similar fashion as we did tonight with people raising their hands who wish to speak. We'll be opening up the Q&A session of the meeting. And primarily council members who are on the call, if they feel equipped with the information to answer the question, will respond directly. But we are also going to have some staff experts on the phone just to make sure that they can provide some more updated information if there's an update to be had or if there's a more technical question. I've got a question from Adam and a question from Rachel. We go with Adam first, perhaps.
Yeah, thank you, Sarah. So I noticed in that there's supposed to be sort of 2 council members who are the leads. And is it okay if additional council members are there and just, participate in a limited sense? Or I don't want to, get in violation of any rules that we still have in this crazy world. So
we are publicly noticing each of these meetings. We missed the news from City Hall at this past weekend, but I'm told that the notices that we're doing are sufficient to publicly notice the meeting. The idea of having 2 council members on is we really want this to be a time for constituents to speak and residents and business owners and people who are experiencing challenges. So we didn't want every council member on the call to feel like they had to respond to every question, because then we end up with more council member time than we do members of the public. But absolutely, this is an opportunity for you as elected officials to hear directly from people about what they're experiencing during this time. And I think they would appreciate your presence if you're able to make it. I was going to, I need to take a look at the sign-in sheet that Taylor kindly passed around. And I thought I would kind of look at the distribution of folks who had signed up just to kind of make sure we're being equitable about who's at the front lines of each of the sessions. So I can get back to council tomorrow, at least for the Thursday session, to let you know who we think should be sort of in those front seats, but we encourage participation by everybody. It looks like Rachel's got a question.
Can you hear me? Yeah, that'd be good. A couple things. There are, it feels late to be doing math, but I think that there are 9 of us and 8 slots to have a lead if we're doing 4 sessions. So maybe nobody wants to get left out. So I'll just point that out. Maybe one should have 3. Is that what we would need? No, I don't know. Again, it's a possible math error in my head. But that's one thought. And then to Adam's question, when we talked through this concept, we were hopeful that as many council members as possible would attend each session so that more people would be listening and hearing. So I'm personally planning to go to all of them if I can. And then, yeah, I just wondered when we would get notice of whether we're on for Thursday so people can plan for that.
I apologize for not looking at that list as of this evening. I had looked at it quickly this morning, and I think we've heard from a couple council members since then. So let me take a look at that, and I will just send out notification to all of council tomorrow for the Thursday session. We're also starting to have planning sessions for the subsequent meetings. I'm pleased to say, Mary, that your suggestion that the Spanish First session be held in conjunction with KGNU's talk show has been well received by the radio station. So I think we're going to be able to make that happen. And then I've been meeting today with Growing Up Boulder and partners from Mental Health Partners to support the young people's session. And then we're thinking the last session, which will involve a presentation by the CASA executive director, could be for parents who are struggling with the new parenting responsibilities and teaching responsibilities and other things. So I think it's going to be a good lineup, and we of course will adjust if the situation requires a different audience or a different topic to have their needs met. Junie, you had a question.
Not a question, but more of a comment that I would like to also have the opportunity to attend every session, but not necessarily to be a lead. So I understand that you will have two people leading, but I would just like to be there, maybe just listening in rather than leading.
So if everybody could respond to the doodle poll, just so we have a sense of the lay of the land for all 4 of the sessions and who's interested in participating, I think it would be a little bit easier for us to look at all 4 as a package and make some decisions about who would be in the front seats and who would be listening in. Aaron?
Yeah, just to reinforce what Junie said, you know, hopefully it'll work out for me to be, you know, one of the speakers at one of these. I will try to attend other ones, but I would not have any expectation of speaking. So if we could just set that as an expectation, potentially there's two council members who speak, and then any others show up if they can and they listen.
Okay, terrific. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for setting that up so quickly. Hey, Sarah, how, if a community member is still watching at 10:33, how would they find out how to participate in this on Thursday?
So we have a link to the Zoom meeting link on the Chats with Council page. So I suggest that people go to the city website, which is bouldercolorado.gov, and just put Chats with Council in the search box, and it should pop up. We have this link is confirmed already. We're still working on confirming the other meetings, but we've pledged to have them up a couple of days before every session.
So the first virtual chat will be on Thursday, April 16th. It'll officially start at 2:30, but the Zoom link will be open at 2 o'clock. And folks can find that by going to the city website and typing in Chats with Council.
Yes, thank you.
Folks, anything else for tonight or any debrief on tonight?
Good job, Bob. Well-run meeting.
Yeah, thank you, Bob.
Yeah, I like the Zoom.
I like the Zoom better too.
Yeah, I really like that.
Thanks for.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thanks for switching to Sarah. I think with that, we are adjourned at 10:34. Thank you, everybody. Be safe.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you all. Goodbye. Good night.
Live from Paris en France 24.
That's right. California has over 23,000 confirmed cases of coronavirus and almost 800 deaths. That's about a quarter of the entire